hago a los elevaré la voz.
Shall I turn in my badge and rifle as well? 私は
Tinder's so pretty, from what I've seen. But we'll see, we'll give it a chance. This is the first time I see two zillions in like within 24 hours. I have to prep my D&D map tonight as well. If roll 20 allows me at least. And I have to delete it while I'm taking my roll.
class. There's no one left for me to surpass. Don't I look cute in this dress? I really, really must confess, it's tightening round my neck. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. All of the hurt, all of the ache, help me escape. Take it, oh take it away. Is there no end to this
Let's start the show.
Promise to pay, but the necklace will stay just as small as the day it was born. It's so suffocating, the endless placating. No one is ever enough. To anyone, always rank number one. Aren't I a beautiful child? I'm better than her, I'm better than him. Oh, everyone come round and gawk at perfection. Meeting you right after school, I'm finally confessing to you. Ain't it too good to be true? A girl like me in love with you, who's miserable, vulgar, and crude. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love. You can have everything if I have you. I can have you. Shoulder my load, now yours to behold. Still never enough. Still I won't loosen my hold. Truly, I'm so sorry. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. I know it hurts, only gets worse. Thought how it hurts, soon you'll be craving the pain. This is my happiness Is this my happiness
This is my calling.
Mix your heart with mine. Your sleeping soul take flight. Take me through the night. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Moon in fall. Lead where you belong. Sweep me off my feet. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Pinky amber, swirl and dance. Set the flames and take a chance to be with me tonight. Take my hand and hold it tight. 'Cause you and I are everywhere.
My critics are usually three.
Let me introduce myself. You didn't think I was done, did ya? Well, I guess we can have another fun, baby. Some people live for attention, playing the victim, but baby, I was born to do the killing. I see how you going crazy, always thinking about me, blaming on me daily. Feed me all your things about you, got some more about me. I know that you like
is certain that killing doesn't have to be hydrated.
新野さん、今日の楽しいライブ配信を聞いてくれて誠にありがとうございます。今日も出したいと思います。では、始めましょうか。
Fuck it, modern day killers, we must take flight. More after people taking lives like knives and guns. To be a murder connoisseurs in the ruins of hell. Get used to luring the audience and motive sells. Cause to my surprise, snatching lives, 40 eyes, can't she? Nice try, stopping the motherfucking Da Vinci. I'm human and rich, sure can't stop the pace, sir. Make sure it stands and all around slate first. Yo, haters after high five, I see you. No one's gonna buy this bitch, I believe you. Cute as all hell in a literal sense. A bitter pretense, but these are all doubt, no show, dollars and cents. For me, now tell the queen, say another sight. Another super radical, so it's to tear your heart apart at the seams. Still the killer of your dreams. Put these stones in my pocket, then I flee the scene. It's like that.
If you take my advice, you'll be killed by what you don't know. But the understand that I like so much more is along the lines that you read what you fucking see. So I don't know, ain't it so? Could you let go? Or you're slow for me? So go and die, Saki. I'm not asking for much. Do me a favor and die.
ごめん、失礼します。ご死んでください。T bitch is so fucking kawaii. かわいいね。
kill with the bass till we get him to say, alright? Yay! Sticking the outside, so it goes. Deadbeats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Confident, yeah, better you go, but then hindsight, you like a lot. Baseline enough to exterminate ya. You dance anyway, cause it's human nature. Solo, my not though, not each only down himo. And I'm gonna see you, see my
ないです。やりすぎました。
I'm the giggle that up, she better get the head.
Not what you expected, better tell you straightforward. Hear you all the way in hell, slamming on your keyboard. Go ahead and be so, but I won't run. Cause I'm a workaholic business lady, get shit done. Taking souls, not an industry for seconds away. But it's a mystery, it's a dark, just a day in the sun. C-A-double-L-I-O-P-E, I really love to say murder shit. Eye-opening, taking words and getting right up the cuff. And script my own thing, murder with words ain't enough, that was the past me. I'm seeking first class master G to blast me. Humans come at me and mass, actually, whatever that means. Yes, whatever that means. Come a little closer, cause I'm 40 then laugh at me.
If you take my advice, you'll be killed by what you don't know. But inside I'm kinda nervous and I don't know what the word is for the other side of the gap. Fucking say so. And now do as I'm supposed to do. I'll get close to you. Don't mind deja vu if it's alright with you.
はい、アンジュライごめん、失礼します。ご死んでください。T bitch is so fucking kawaii. かわいいね。
kill with the bass till we get him to say, alright? Yay! Sticking the outside, so it goes. Deadbeats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Confident, yeah, better you go, but then hindsight, you like a lot. Baseline enough to exterminate ya. You dance anyway, cause it's human nature. Solo, why not, though, not each only down himo. And I'm gonna see you, see my bay. Deadbeats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Confident, yeah, better you go, but then hindsight, you like a lot. Baseline enough to exterminate ya. You dance anyway, cause it's human nature. Solo, why not, though, not each only down himo. And I'm gonna see you, see my day.
The face of your killer is identical.
Look up at the horizon together as one. A star is on the rise and it's only begun. The pivotal moment we're clamoring for. An infinite future's at our door. It's time to story with a new feel. Not just allegory, it's real. Wake up, big dreams about to come true. That means it's time to break through.
Never knew we could make it survive. I was striving, thriving. Here we are, we're achieving the impossible. We're virtually unstoppable.
We can't sit still, we just keep moving. Now everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We'll reinvent the world that we live in. We'll greet every day with new intentions. Break conventions, run right through. This is it. Been smashing barriers left and right. Strong as we ever were, scaling high. So get together, let's reunite. Reach out, the future's bright.
We've been together for what feels like an eternity. The times are changing, but we're ready for infinity. Yeah.
Our stories align. We're gonna go far when we combine.
So look at the horizon and then look beyond. We'll marvel at the skies and the strength of our bond.
We're making a vow in the smiling stars. A powerful moment that's all ours. Seasons change, but we keep shining. Now everybody sing. Keep it going. We're
and the freedom that we found. Yeah, we've made it. We're breaking out of the mold, no longer bound. We're unlimited. We're gonna spring to life and break the chain. Turn up the hype, can't be contained. We're shaking up the status quo, no time to stop. We're good to go. The whole wide world is listening, so everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We're living out the dreams we believe in. Excitement beyond our comprehension. There's no question we'll break through. So relax, we'll keep aspiring to excel. It's awe-inspiring, going round. So light the fire and let's rebel. The future's brighter, we can tell.
Connect Minecraft.
Oh my god. I know that that but I want to point out. 人生のネタバレしようぽいな。何それ心霊確認ちゃう。それっぽい単語集で踊ってんだ。神っぽいな。もういいぜもういいぜそれもいいぜもういいぜ逆に興奮したきそうな。起きね起きね夢起きね起きねゲイゲイけどいいぜは出会える神っぽいなそれ神っぽいなそれ中は中影響が下がっていく感じ神っぽいなそれ卑怯神っぽいなそれ
And we just got dropped on bottom and left there, so
その髪型そのメスの口元その香水その服そのメイクあれっぽいなそれ卑怯あれっぽいなそれその名言その意見その費用そのカリスマそのギャグそのセンス神っぽいなそれ卑怯っぽいなぽいなぽい憧れちゃうチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュルフーぽいちゃんぽいちゃんチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュル神っぽいな目指しこする本質は悪意人を小馬鹿にしたような救い無意に生きるのは難しい剣の国の真似で揺らぐ明かり神を否定し神になり変わり行くぜで表変する小物たち批判に見せかけ次回の祈り Do you know? 何言ってんのそれうざい何言ってんのそれ意味がよくわかんないし眠っちゃうよ
that's right. By going live, post still. きしょいねするきしょいねきしょいね逆にファンになってきたじゃんちっちゃいねちっちゃいねついちっちゃいねちっちゃいねで最上孤独ですねかけ神っぽいなそれ卑怯神っぽいなそれ超健康健康違反って言葉っていく感じやけっぽいなそれ卑怯やけっぽいなそれもう哀愁哀愁エピゴネの
Shall I tell you my badge and license?
その大事その愛そのストーリーその音楽その後そのメロディーあれっぽいなそれ卑怯あれっぽいなそれその名言その意見その費用そのカリスマそのギャグそのセンス神っぽいなそれ卑怯っぽいなぽいなぽい憧れちゃうわチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュルフーぽいちゃんぽいちゃんチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュルフーチュチュルチュチュチュル神っぽいな愛のネタバレ別れっぽいな人生のネタバレ死ぬっぽいな全て理解
What is it with these zillions these days? This is the third zillion. Did he get a buff or anything? No Jin. Huh. No Jin. Disappointed!
風に吹かれて誰も気づ
Why is there an action movie? Oh, let's hope it's good with it. All we can hope for now. Mohia, kokoro, kanaita, watashi wa sekai, amae mo, nakishimete itai no ni, yume no canvas ni, itsuzukeru imi wa, kono mune ni, kagayaite iru story. Early game she is going to out damage me for sure. Mohina, Hokutama, Kanaita, Watashi no Paletta.
Oh no, fell into the abyss unknown. Left me bleeding heartless all alone. Yo, no control.
Yeah, don't you dare apologize.
Turn my back and feel the cold light. Listen up, it's just
Good advice, huh? So you're out of town, way out of line. It's taking over like a renegade. I hope one night I'll make you cry.
tearing it down, do just what I
I'm not calling me a fanatic. Think so, yada yada yada.
Taking the crown, now you're calling me king. You gonna hear and listen. Don't back it up, don't back it up. Keep that aim. I got thoughts that will drive you insane. Come over if you like, we'll have a lot of fun, but I got a lot of bite. just rise. You're not my enemy, baby. You're dead to me. Hear my voices screaming out loud, no doubt, yeah. Tearing it down, do just what I wanna. Keep calling me yes and no. No, you think so? Got me twisted. Such a misfit. Taking the crown, now you calling me king. You gotta hear my sing. Now sing it. Now the lights down. Make it roll. La 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 la. Team Eddie, la 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 la. Team Eddie.
I have given oaths to few. I have taken oaths from many.
Lost hope in love, I thought I never understand. Couldn't help it when you took my hand. Roads I ignored before, you left me wanting more. Destroyed everything just to get a bit ahead. One lights fly by, is it fake or reality? Not sure of much, but know already. Soaring these streets make me complete. Full throttle, come give me your all. Engines on, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only else make it last till the sun's up. With a shot in the dark, take me away. Listen up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep it going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shock it in my heart, give me all that you got. The engine sound, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough, fill it up and don't look like a game. Carbonated love. Better love, it's better than I could have dreamed. Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, oh what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring old avenues. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you. Engines not keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up. A shot in the dark, take me away. Listen up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shock it in my heart, give me all that you got. The angels down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough, fill it up and don't look like a game. Carbonated love. Come over from a cup, I'm empty without you. Make such a mess of me, don't
Wow, even with barrier, I got some work.
Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be, nowhere to be found. Do you see the light or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. Aim somewhere along I lost my aim.
I got an ulti.
Thoughtlessly counting up my days. I don't know, it's really tough to say. I'll probably be stuck here anyway. Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be, nowhere to be found. Do you see the light or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not alone. Not alone. All these faces with the same frustrations. Not alone. Not alone. Part of me, part of you, not alone. But somebody's out there just saying all the same things. I don't know what I should do. At least though you like us too. I've got a bit of comfort. How to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not alone. Not alone. All these faces with the same frustrations. Not alone. Not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone.だって僕は星だからステラステラきっと君はもう気づいていた心の奥で書いたそれがこれから話せちゃうから喉を送ったちょっと言えない言葉があった通せない壁があったんだずっとさ
Ay, ay, ay.
ふっと香り立つ葉の匂いがどうしようもなくに暮らして部屋の隅で膝を抱えて震えていた太陽なんていらないから消えないでいてその手を伸ばして誰かに届くように僕 音楽はずっとやまないそうさ僕は愛を抱いてら世界宇宙の真ん中で不要音楽はきっとやまないそうさ僕にずっと会いたかったのはだってシンデレラじゃないさ歌に行く王子様だわがままでも OK ほらだってあたしって特別あらあら泣いちゃって可愛くってカプってしちゃうから
What's up, the attitude? So raise your thought and gratitude. We're mad at you, so grab a few defenses. You'll be glad you're screwed. Wanna fight with you? Wouldn't waste my time. Who's right? Let's go around the Amazon. No place to run. Don't you ever hide. Only time I wanna see you down is on your knees on the side.
我々こそがクイーン分からせてあげるわ逆らうなら痛い痛いと褒美あげましょう
So about the hand that feeds you if it's holding a knife. Still got your tongue tied. Guess I better kill me alive.
分かったら Yes を聞かせて 壊しちゃいたいもの見せちゃいたいマイリップの中で狂っていったを食っちゃうぞほらさってして行きたいと何度も願って
Give you a kiss goodnight. I pray your stockings got right. Talking shit, you only exist to get pissed, get fight. Slow burn notion, what you gonna say now? Tired of the ones that are running the game. And there's no escaping the box of us. No caution tape for the monster. It's over for you.
我々こそがクイーン分からせてあげるわ逆らうなら痛い痛いと褒美あげましょう
So about the hand that feeds you if it's holding a knife. Still got your tongue tied. Guess you better give me your life.
我々こそがクイーン分からせてあげるわ逆らうなら痛い痛いと褒美あげましょう
Don't bite the hand that feeds you if it's holding a knife. Still got your tongue tied. Guess you better give me your life. You're on the wrong side. Isn't that the same way you die? It's been a long ride. We'll reclaim the queen of tonight.
わがままでも OK ほらだってあたしって特別あらあら泣いちゃって可愛くってカプってしちゃうから
Look up at the horizon together as one. A star's on the rise and it's only begun.
The pivotal moment we're clamoring for an infinite future's at our door.
Yeah!
It's time to story with a new feel, not just allegory, it's real. Wake up, big dreams are about to come true. That means it's time to break through.
Never knew we could make it so far, but we're striving, thriving. Here we are, we're achieving the impossible. We're virtually unstoppable.
We can't sit still, we just keep moving. Now everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We'll reinvent the world that we live in. We'll create every day with new intentions. Break conventions, run right through. This is it. Been smashing barriers left and right. Strong as we ever were, scaling high. So get together, let's reunite. Reach out, the future's bright.
We may speak up for what feels like an eternity. The times are changing, but we're ready for infinity. Look at the horizon and then look beyond. We'll marvel at the skies and the strength of our bond. We're making a vow in the smiling stars, a powerful moment that's all ours. Seasons change but we keep shining. Now everybody sing. Keep it going.
We're making our way to the next dimension. A million thrills in every direction. We'll give every mile our full attention. Breaking tensions, breaking through. With endless energy, stronger too. A perfect harmony we devote. So clap along with me. Time to rise. The future's right before our eyes.
A new dimension of freedom that we found. Yeah, we've made it. We're breaking out of the mold, no longer bound. We're unlimited.
We're gonna spring to life and break the chain. Turn up the hype, can't be contained. We're shaking up the status quo. No time to stop, we're good to
The
go.
whole wide world is listening, so everybody sing.
We're making our way to the next dimension. We're living out the dreams we believe in. Excitement beyond our comprehension. There's no question we'll break through. We'll keep aspiring to excel. It's heart inspiring, going through. So light the fire and let's rebel. The future's brighter, we can tell.
What is goodness but finding better than your forebears?
Hinga nai, hinga hinga nai ya. 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 配達場の面プライ抱いてゴーリッチ。しのぎはまでもかっこつけゴーリッチ。謝りゃ終わるが何が邪魔してるのかい。ちゃんとスマイルスマートさ知らないかい。素直はダサいからひねくれとしっち。見苦しさは嫌だから美徳としっち。自然体おでんがこびてないにこびてた。品がない人笑う人笑いか自覚なきやしさがスマットにリサはリ君の上品美しさじゃ救われんひどい耳当たりたくとびっきりの下品を品がない品が品がないや We are神に愛されたくて特を一夫出しに使う特用の弱者とキス思想が甘いだと切り捨てた賢者も人工管理検事欲の虜不健全なくらい健全じゃつらい天然もらい成分排除ふっとした不快はふったできる吹きこぼれちゃう前に抜いちゃうぼかしもサイクセンサーの目隠しビヨンがクレイジーさじゃない俺けりゃいいわけじゃなくてくだらいに溢れたとびっきりの愛を品がない品が品がないや We are the God 病気ないで人の前で空をいで基本でしょみまみれだって教えた
て誰も気づかぬよ区別がつかないモノクロの世界色を出しても何も見えなくてまるで私は息を止めていたもういいよ遠くても叶えたい私はこんな世界思いも抱きしめていたいのに夢のキャンバスに居続ける意味はこの胸に輝いているストーリー
My warning to you.
Fallen. I've been down here before.
Your inhibitor has
Almost
respawned.
like I'm back home. Fade. Slowly it all begins to fade. I got no power left today. I don't know if things would ever change. I think I'll just be stuck here anyway. Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be found. Do you see the light or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. Aim. Somewhere along I lost my aim. Thoughtlessly counting up my days. I don't know, it's really tough to say. I'll probably be stuck here anyway. Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be found. Do you see the light or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone.
Ah,
I know I'm
very good.
not
Hello.
alone. All these
Interesting.
pieces with the same frustrations. Not alone. Not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone. But somebody's out there just like
I haven't seen worse people than you. Clearly, he hasn't played League for a long
I
time
don't
then.
know what I should do. At least though you like this too. I found a bit of comfort. Oh, how to stay
So,
afloat in this world and all of its gravity.
will you let me play League or not anymore today? Are we done? What is it, PC? You decide. There we go. Yay! Back to getting punished.
Hello everyone, this is Serious Trivia. Welcome back to the... And we're way over level technically compared to the recommended rank. I grind a little bit.
You
I haven't been doing all this.
grind a little bit, my man. Every fucking thing that pops up, you go like, oh yeah, let's do this real quick, let's do this real quick, let's do it. It's like, that's why your videos take an hour and you're still just a dungsul.
Skirmishes, we could be grinding a lot
An
more,
hour
actually.
per video and now you're just a dungsul.
No information whatsoever. We're on the run. Protect Wang Yun and Diaochan. This feels like some of those old missions of the past. Like Guan Yu escorting Liu Bei's wives on the run against the 5 gate battles. Let's see if this feels the same. Diaochan actually uses a rapier.
I must hurry to Luoyang at once. I am counting on you two for safe passage.
Now, we got an interesting letter. Why would the White Wave bandits care about
This lot seems like more than
Wang Yun
mere
going to the
outlaws.
capital?
Could they be the White Wave bandits?
Yeah, they are.
who've been stirring
He's
up
the one who
trouble
ran away.
as of
Well, he's
late?
gonna run away again.
Damn, this might be tough on my own. I'll withdraw for now.
Where are we going? I'll follow you
More
guys.
bandits may be lurking ahead. I am counting on you to guide the way.
I guess we
Here's
pick.
the rapier.
We need money to live. Simple as that. Don't think too badly of us, huh? Can't believe this. The enemy
I mean, what I'm most curious about is why someone from our village might care about us escorting Wang Yun.
Can't believe this.
That was a lot of noise.
The enemy officer has been defeated. The enemy
I think we just killed all 3.
been defeated.
Come, let us continue onward.
Alright, let's go. We have the chained... See, this is the chain battle arts with one of our nearby allies. I think we triggered it when we
During
fought with
our
Yuan
trip,
Shao.
you too have observed the poverty that plagues the people. Do you know why they are tormented by such heavy taxation?
Now, like I said, the tax
The
itself
attendants who
wasn't that
control
high.
the government demand bribes, you see. The magistrate has levied more taxes to pay for those bribes.
That's true.
In other words, the 10 attendants are the source of turmoil across the land.
I mean, if your dear
As
Emperor
such,
didn't sell the
They
jobs,
must be eliminated.
people wouldn't look to recoup the cost.
Ahead, there is a clearing with a lovely view. Shall we stop there for a respite, Father?
Clearly, I am getting on in years. Forgive me, but I must rest here for a spell.
Well, speaking of tax burdens, I think one of the main issues is people who... Ooh, assassins.
It would appear we have unexpected company.
Coming down
Allow me to
below.
offer them a proper greeting.
Well, Diaochan's going to solo. Maybe I should stick with our old man, but she's also a defeat condition, so we gotta go. So people who own their own land pay the government tax basis off the yield from the land. But there's a lot of people who ended up without land. And what happens usually is you have a sudden expense,
Assassin was waiting for us.
and let's say you
How is an
started
old man
owning
supposed
a
to get any rest?
good amount of farmland. Yeah, now this is more assassins waiting for us. Knew this was going to be the case.
Astonishing.
And, you know, some sort of unexpected expense come about, and then you're forced to sell your land, and now you are basically landless, and the only way you can make a living is you farm someone else's land. So a wealthy person, member of gentry clan, nobilities even sometimes own land, people who basically could afford buying up land in bad times, would have you farm basically as an indentured servant on their land, or tenant farmers. And what they did is they charge you way higher than tax. Like we mentioned, during most of the Han Dynasty, tax rate's about 3%.
Can't believe this. The enemy
But
officer
your
has been defeated.
Hey, up.
landlord
Move it.
could be charging you
Move it.
anywhere from 50 to 70%. And their rationale is that without us, you wouldn't even have land to farm. And you still have to pay your own, I mean, you don't have to pay your own tax because you're not registered to the land. So essentially, you went from 3% to 50%.
I am ever grateful, my dear.
And that's not necessarily the government's fault, but just
We
nature
cannot
of
afford to let our guard down for even a moment.
land ownership.
shudder to think what
And
may have come to
I wouldn't say
pass had I been on my
capitalism,
own.
but just how the market
I am
works.
forever grateful that you are here with us.
Is that it? That can't be it. There's much
I've
more.
rested well enough. You have my thanks. Now then, shall we get going?
We cannot know for sure if the danger has truly passed. We must stay alert on the road ahead.
Ooh.
Take this!
I will not allow you to pass.
Time to attack!
What a brute. It would seem you mean to end my life on this very spot.
I'll shelter Father in the fortress. I trust I can leave this position to you.
Time to attack! With all my might.
Alright, they went forward, which also could be a problem. They're walking into a trap, most likely.
Take this!
Tables turn.
Can't believe this.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
We gotta catch up to them.
You're done for.
Now,
Stand back, Father. I shall protect you, even if it costs me my life.
I've been waiting for this.
Well, this one is easy to kill.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Let's try Archers on the cliffs? How impressively meticulous of them.
Easy.
Take this.
I'm done for.
I see it.
Time to attack.
The enemy officer has been
It
defeated.
appears we have weathered the storm.
Can I get up the
Please,
cliff to kill the
don't
archers? I
overexert
don't think
yourself,
so.
Father. We should find a place for you to rest.
More resting? Alright, probably gonna sit in this last fort, fight off the last wave. Maybe not the last, maybe the second to last wave. Feels like there's still a bit of map left to do. But there's definitely a group coming here.
This seems like a fine place to rest. Come, Father.
Right, so if we get jumped here, it's her fault.
We have made it this far without incident. It would be fair to assume that we've
We can
chased off the
charge.
attendant's agents. I wish I could say my fears have abated as well. But if we work together, I am sure we shall pull through.
Ready to swing.
Hey, what are you lot doing over there?
A swarm of bandits is heading our way. Evacuate to the fortress east of here now.
No rest for the weary, then. Very well.
We're gonna trust that
Let
soldier.
us make haste into the fortress.
We're gonna trust this guy. I have a funny feeling about this. Yeah, we can dash now. We unlock that from the proficiency.
Take that.
Nice, very nice.
Yep,
You took the
it's
bait like
definitely a
greedy
bait.
carp. Time to pay you back for before.
I've got a good feeling we'll make some good money off this group.
Time to act.
We'll knock them down a peg, then take them for all they've got.
Alright, kill the first one.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Why are there bandits here?
This fortress is already falling into their filthy hands. That soldier
Alright.
from before sent us into
We'll
this
just go
trap.
into rage mode.
Got you.
These numbers will be difficult for the two of us to handle. We should aim for the head brigand.
Time to act.
This is looking bad for us. It's only a matter of time. At this rate,
Take this.
Well,
We gotta make sure
what
we're
do we have
facing most of the enemy at the end so that we can use our
so close to the city?
Musu on the right target after this combo ends.
Shall not be permitted in the region of Suli. Make your peace, bandits.
It should hit him. Salzo came out to help us. Alright, we don't want to kill Utai just yet.
Take this. What the hell? No one said the government forces were coming.
There is no
Alright, we gotta meet Salzo again somehow.
Let's take this opportunity to fell the enemy leader.
officer. Astonishing. You shall lead us into a new era. Time to attack.
Okay, I don't want to kill him. Let's kill him.
Is that you? Our reunion here must be destiny. The might of
Can't-
the Emperor
can't-
does not
can't
even seem
escape
to
that
hold
one.
a candle to him. Oh, interesting.
Dongduo's also here.
Believe this. Such the enemy officer has been defeated. Back for now. Cover some ground. I see it.
Okay, all three leaders from the White Wave are back for this battle.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Must fall back.
Let's see, what's our kill count right now? Almost 600. We'll get it to 6. Let's see if I can charge up my blade to tier 2. Got it. There we go. 600 kills. Let's wrap it up.
What's next? Time to act. Let's end this.
Pitiful situation. You're finished.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Dongduo came out to
The
help
danger
us.
has finally
Salso came out
passed.
to help us.
You aren't hurt, are you, Father?
I admit, I was worried there for a moment. But you two did quite well for yourselves.
We don't take no prisoners. A few more points needed. 200 more kills.
Lord Wang Yun, I am glad to see you in good health. I am here to welcome you on orders from the Grand General.
I am very grateful. We expected assassins, but the bandits were a surprise indeed. I must also give my thanks to Lord Dongzhou.
I've also been ordered by Lord He Jin to welcome you to the capital. A banquet has been prepared to thank you for coming all this way. We insist that you rest in the city tonight.
Well, Dongzhou wasn't one of the warlords or regional officials who were invited to the capital by He Jin. He was supposed to go farther north. He was assigned to a position in the Bin province. He didn't want to go. He dragged his forces slowly near the capital, sensing that something was off, and he got the opportunity by saving the Emperor.
A dinner invitation from Grand General He Jin himself. I am sure it will be a grand feast. However, I think I'll pass on this occasion.
Okay, so this is going to be the reason why he will, be in position to take the Emperor from the eunuchs.
Why is that?
We came in such a hurry, all the way from Western Liang. I would not disgrace such a fine gathering by showing up as filthy as we are.
Is that so?
We've set up camp outside the capital. We'll rest our feet there.
So, that's Dongzhou.
He's a brazen and cunning man with the manners of a beast. Judging by his reluctance to enter the capital, that snout of his must have caught the scent of danger. What did Lord He Jin have in mind when he chose to bring him here?
For now, we can only trust his judgment. The attendant stronghold is very heavily guarded. It might take the power of a beast to break through its defenses.
I mean, they literally live inside the Imperial Palace.
The power of a beast. You should rest for tonight, Lord Wang Yun. We will discuss the future with Grand General He Jin later. It's been too long, Zluan. I knew we would meet again one day, but I never expected to see you as a retainer of Lord Wang Yun.
Just a guess.
I am happy that a man of such rank has taken an interest in you, but I find it slightly unfortunate as well.
Indeed. We all feel the same way. Lord Wang Yun beat us to the punch. If we had had you with us, things would have been a lot easier. That's for sure.
We are now contending against a group of treasonous retainers in the capital. Our allies in this fight are most notably Lord He Jin and Lord Wang Yun. The Yellow Turbans are not long gone, and now corruption has taken root at the seat of power. We must sever those roots or prepare to face the next Zhang Jiao.
I don't know how much you already know, but the situation in Luoyang is going to get rough.
You're going into the capital too, right? If we both make it out alive, I hope we meet again.
I mean, no one expected the eunuch to try to assassinate He Jin.
It's getting hard to keep up with everything that's happened. At least for tonight. Please get some rest. Or shall I keep you company until you go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. We can ask some questions. Not what I was expecting about choices, but okay.
After the Emperor passed away, a new one ascended the throne almost immediately.
Yeah, his oldest son. That's how it works.
I've also heard that the Imperial Seal, which is traditionally passed down the Imperial family line, made it safely into the hands of the new Emperor. But it's probably the attendants in the palace that actually wield the power that the seal represents.
I mean, to be fair, I think after Liu Bian took over as the new emperor, the eunuch actually will lose some power, because he would have his birth mother, the Empress Dowager, and also his uncle, Grand General He Jin, that will now kind of control the court. So, if the eunuchs didn't kill He Jin, you know, they would have slowly basically died out. Even if they don't get killed, their influence on the court would have been diminished greatly, because the emperor wouldn't need the eunuchs for this, unless the emperor grows up, feels like his mother's side of the family is taking his power away, then he might rally with the eunuchs to try to take control of the court again.
The central group of eunuchs that pull the strings here in the capital are called the 10 Attendants.
There were actually 12 of them, but yet they are referred to as the 10 Attendants.
Lord He Jin has summoned the lords of the land to Luoyang to eliminate the 10 Attendants and restore order in the imperial court.
That's true.
But to me, all those gathered here in the capital look more like birds of prey than helping hands.
That wasn't the issue. He Jin was hesitating because his sister was telling him, we don't need to kill all of the eunuchs. And He Jin wasn't really sure how to proceed.
I hope this isn't the spark that ignites another war.
Bingo!
There isn't much about me that you don't already know. What I can say is that I am more than capable of defending myself. Please don't trouble yourself worrying about me. Rest well. Tomorrow, I will accompany my father to meet with Lord He Jin. The capital has descended into a dangerous den of mice. Keep your guard up, and be prepared for the worst. Thank you. It's good to know that you care. Good night and sweet dreams.
I mean, it's touching. Every character we met so far really like us. Both male and female members. Ooh, so the fancy capital lodging. Now they're using the yellow feel, which becomes a much more significant color for, you know, relationship to the emperor. But at this point in history, not really. Qin Dynasty favored black and as a color, and the Han Dynasty favored red. Not much to do here. I think we can just go out.
Why are they called the Ten?
Alright, have a showdown with the 10 attendants. So
I heard the traitors in the Imperial Court were plotting against the throne, but that can't be true.
So we're not going to fight this right away. We'll explore this area a little bit. Essentially, this fight with Cao Cao and Yuan Shao against the eunuchs, it means that the eunuchs have assassinated He Jin. Yeah. Basically, He Jin was summoned into the palace. He was asked to enter alone. Yuan Shao and Cao Cao were captains under him. They were part of a group called the
10 Attendants?
Eight Captains of the West Palace.
Pigs feeding at the trough to me.
A military organization created by Emperor Dohong before his death. They were supposed to be in charge by a eunuch and was originally designed as a military force to counteract against Grand General He Jin because Emperor Dohong wanted his second son, the younger son, Liu Xie, to become emperor.
I heard the traitors in the Imperial
court did not agree with that, so that wasn't going to go through. So he put one of his eunuchs in charge of a military that he built up.
Things are about to go wrong
with
here.
8 up-and-coming young officials. Oh, we can buy battle arts. Oh, let's definitely buy these. This one's a pull-down move, or is it any weapon? This one's a ring. This one's a spear. Okay. Let's see.
Why do the 10 attendants have so much influence in the Imperial Court anyway?
We probably should take Cao Cao's missions first. I just want to see if there's any, like, mission, like medium. Yeah, it's the term mission. It actually means something like the medium tier events are.
It's nothing but battles.
I don't think we have enough old coins to get the next tier, so no point going to the retreat. And these are all skirmishes. We can ignore these.
Who will be the next to cause such death and destruction after the...
Spawned right back. We gotta cross.
I skipped most of the skirmish fights.
Why are they called the 10?
It's just a couple level 2. We'll get this upgraded and we can hop into the fight. Ooh, 2+3s. Lucky us.
I heard the traitors...
Right, so when He Jin went into the palace alone, got assassinated, got his head thrown out, his 2 captains, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, part of this, army that the previous emperor set up, but the eunuch that he put in charge ended up getting killed by the 10 eunuchs, or 10 attendants, and He Jin together. They colluded because neither of them wanted the emperor to be swapped to the younger son. And afterwards, this army became basically He Jin's army. And that's why Cao Cao and Yuan Shao is working under him. And after He Jin got assassinated, they charged into the palace and started killing all the eunuchs inside. Some of the eunuchs escaped with the emperor and his younger brother. they fled the capital and they bump into Dongzhuo's army outside. Dongzhuo killed them, rescued the emperor, came back as sort of a savior. And because He Jin's death, some people blamed, Empress He for setting her brother up, not knowing that her brother was walking into assassination. And her half-brother, who's obviously closer to her because of the fact that they have the same mother, He Miao, was basically thrown in together as a collaborator. A lot of infighting in the capital with all these armies in place trying to avenge He Jin's death. They all end up killing each other, pretty much. He Miao dies, Dongzhuo absorbs He Miao's army, absorbs most of He Jin's army, and Ding Yuan, who's one of these warlords from the Bin province, who's in charge of capital security. He was Wu Jinwei, which is the person in charge of city guards. Dongzhuo basically persuaded one of his secretary, which is Lu Bu. Lu Bu's job was a secretary, Zhang Shi, under Ding Yuan, bribes him, and Lu Bu kills Ding Yuan, takes over all of his forces, takes control of the city guard, takes control of all these various forces without their leader, and that's how Dongzhuo basically rises up and takes over the capital. And we'll see the mess that leads into it, I'm sure.
Lords from every corner of the land are answering the call from Grand General He Jin to gather here.
The head of the renowned family. Not quite yet. He has a bunch of uncles who are still alive and in high government positions.
Our chance to get rid of the attendants once and for all has finally arrived. This also makes for a grand opportunity to show the world our power. Wouldn't you agree, Cao Cao?
These two were childhood friends.
Delivering justice does not require a show of power. Simply exposing the crimes of the attendants and imprisoning them will suffice.
Oh, really now? No, this is not how Cao Cao thought at the time. Considering that his first job as sort of this county sheriff in the area around the capital was making a show that he will follow the strict law, wouldn't allow the eunuch's relative to get away with things, color these wooden staffs to punish people, to beat people in like 5 colors, made a show of one of the eunuch's uncles. He definitely wanted to kill the eunuchs. There's no kindness here. I don't know why they're trying to make Cao Cao more benevolent.
A fire set to burn away corruption can quickly grow into an untamable blaze.
Not this wise yet. These two charged into the capital, the Imperial Palace after He Jin's death, started killing every single person they thought was a eunuch. Palace guards were quick to drop their pants to show that they still had male parts, so that they wouldn't get confused and get killed.
Yuan Shao, are you really too much of a fool to understand that?
Taking the back right away.
You've never wasted words on courtesy. I know that we are old friends, but could you at least show a modicum of respect for once?
I'm telling you this because we are friends.
Anyway, it matters not. Where is the Grand General? We are here to meet him, but he is nowhere to be seen.
Gentlemen, please excuse the interruption. I have a message for you from my father, Wang Yun. Lord He Jin has been summoned to the palace by imperial decree. Please, make haste to the imperial court.
Historically, they're literally with him all the way until the Imperial Palace gate, and then they told them that they only wanted He Jin to enter alone, and He Jin said, okay, that's fine, and then got killed pretty much right after he stepped in.
What? To the Imperial Court? We are to dive into that snake's den with those attendants?
It may well be a trap, but one cannot refuse a decree.
What's happening?
Lord He Jin is in trouble! He's being held captive by the attendants of the palace!
No, they had hidden axemen, chopped him up, threw his head over the wall to kind of, shock and fear Cao Cao and Yuan Shao into not resisting, but they charged in and just start killing them too.
No. Well, these truly are the worst conceivable circumstances. But the die has already been cast. There is no turning back now.
Right. Come, Cao Cao. We will bring the attendants to justice in Lord He Jin's name.
Another sort of a trap battle. Any other choices? Just him. I mean, we're using a Podol, we're trying to finish his mission. This is fine. Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, Diao Chan. It's another small force moving through an area here. Let's see how this goes.
My might shall illuminate the path to victory.
The 10 attendants, consumed by greed, have misled the Emperor. We must hunt them down and set things to rights. We must see the late Grand General's plan accomplished and rescue the Emperor from those traitors. Go!
Time to act.
How can these traitors have been allowed to infiltrate? Gather the troops. Protect the Emperor.
Jarl's one of the key players of the 10.
Inform the palace garrison. They must fight as well.
He's one of the few who survived the initial attack on the palace and ran out with the Emperor. I have a horse too.
Too easy. We really caught them off guard.
But this is still their domain.
And people sitting on the ground, that's correct.
Alert.
Chairs were not a thing in China yet.
The way is barred. The throne room is just on the other side, and yet...
My father told me the castle was fitted with secret passages for emergencies. You can find them, can't you?
Well, there we go.
It's time to advance.
It is as he said. Lord Wang Yun must have been very knowledgeable about matters related to the palace.
And the reason
He
for
told
that
me very
is...
few knew about this, even among the attendants. It will provide us with an advantage.
Oh my, how terrifying. The sound of fighting. It's getting closer. So, the traitors have made it this far?
Right, he's leaving with...
Your Majesty. This way.
The Emperor.
Let's try this.
Is this the end?
Oh, we're supposed to just open the door? This is quite simple.
The Emperor. Where is the Emperor?
It seems he has been led away. We must continue the search elsewhere.
I mean, throne... Not really a chair.
The castle guards are taking orders from the 10 attendants. They may hamper our search for the Emperor.
Let us first focus on defeating the attendants. We should split up.
Agreed. Cao Cao, you head west. I shall handle things in the east.
You go with Xiao Dun. Proceed however you see fit.
We freestyle. Got it.
Let's go.
Defeat condition, still the same. Gotta
Seeing
help
as you
all three
located
groups.
the secret passage, I think navigation is best left in your hands. Go on then. Lead the way.
Let's end this.
An opening.
Is this the end?
Let's go. We have you now, traitors. This is the end for you. Now's the time.
Guoshun was the eunuch that was very close to...
Take this. How about this?
Well, actually,
Prepare.
yeah, I think he's the one who's close to Emperor's Club.
There's no turning back now.
Not too sure. Eunuchs,
Escape the castle together.
not exactly people you remember.
Assassination of Grand General Haji.
An opening.
He was not.
Whatever fate befalls the 10
Clemel was not. He was not in on killing his own half-brother.
Take this.
He took some blame because his sister, you know, was the one who ended up summoning him.
Your own brother.
All my might.
You are better than a beast.
Wu Huang kills Clemel historically, so that's why they have him. That's why they have him here for that.
Need you be so
been defeated.
impassioned? Let's go.
Well, it matters not either way. Use that rage of yours and cut them down!
Yuan Shu burns the south gate to cause chaos and help us, you know, go into the palace and kill people.
How could this? These are all priceless treasures.
There we go. Quick, take them away before the thieves get to them.
Clemel was killed
I'd expect
the
from
next
10
day
attendants.
outside of the palace. There's no reason why he should be in the palace.
The doors are barred. There must be a secret
The enemy
passage.
officer
Find it.
has been defeated.
They must not sully the Emperor's quarters any longer. Soldiers,
The enemy officer
expel these
has
scum.
been defeated.
Praise your lucky stars.
Wait, there's another. We don't need to use this here.
So,
曹节.
they've already made it this far? Then I suppose I'm left with no choice. This fog. This must be the work of a sorcerer.
Why
Someone
do the
connected
eunuchs know
to the
magic?
Yellow Turbans.
Oh, they're trying to connect them to the Yellow Turbans? Okay, sure.
An opening. Time to act.
I was too slow.
Hunt
down the traitor, Ho Miao. His heinous act must not be
I already killed him.
punished. All my might.
You are no ordinary fighter. The enemy officer
Now are you?
has been defeated.
This is the end. How disappointing.
Yeah, there's a trapdoor here.
An opening.
Doesn't really help us.
Let's go.
Obey my authority.
There's a group that we can't access here. But can we open the doors? Maybe we can do it.
See the garrison troops are
Yeah, right
fully
here.
prepared. Let the hunt begin. Let's march!
We might have to go save Cao Cao soon, but morale. Ooh,
How did you get in here?
Now.
what a way to represent greed.
Any treasure?
Time to attack. Time to act.
We gave up one move to make sure we get this done.
With all my might.
I don't want to use any chain Musu because I kind of want to save the Musu potentially for rage mode to finish the mission. The map has expanded. Wait, is there another? There's another door. Hold on. Maybe it leads us to a shortcut elsewhere.
Is this how I'm supposed to die?
Cao Cao's doing well by himself. He defeated the Phantom Troops by himself. Impressive.
Let's go.
I mean, so far, pretty stress-free battle.
Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's get this fight started!
Bear witness to my power. I see it. Time to attack.
We end this here.
No, we're not doing any chains. Oh, he's doing the Battle Art chain. That's fine. Battle Art chain's okay.
Don't let them get any closer!
Time to attack. Turn the tables.
Having such powerful allies
The enemy officer
fills me with
has been
confidence.
defeated. Take that.
Curse!
Take that.
Alright, we'll work our way to Cao Cao.
Time to act. Let's go.
Wait. This doesn't connect?
Let's end it.
He's upstairs? Okay.
Take that. An opening. Time to act. Nice. Bear witness to my power.
You're done!
Nice.
Alright, we'll change into Xiahou Dun.
Take this. Take this. Behold my power.
Wait, does his rage mode count?
Let's go then.
Our goal is to kill 50 people, is not necessarily to kill the general.
Behold my power. Take this.
AI controlled wonder.
Here. It's over.
You have amazing talent. Now,
I still have my Musu bar.
Let's try this.
I should have been quicker.
Alright, we're supposed to open this, I'm sure.
Let's go.
Finish.
Take that. An opening. I've been waiting for this.
Alright. While there are a lot of troops, we're to get our 50 kills.
Got you. Time to attack. Time to act. Take that. An opening. Take that.
There we go. Completed the mission. There are no more enemies on the field.
Now, don't let it go to waste.
What's the condition now? Defeat the 10. Are there still any left?
Let's go.
Can this map expand any more? Another secret passage. Okay. Oh, they found one actually.
I was captured.
Let's go.
Surely you realize I'm not one of them.
He should have gotten away actually with Zhang Rang. These were the two main ones.
Nice.
It's over.
Dong Zhuo gets them, not us.
The curtain draws
The
here.
enemy officer has been defeated.
Ah, that's the last one. Okay, so we don't get to kill Zhang Rang, which I guess makes sense.
Chased me all the way to the dungeons.
The 10 attendants have been defeated.
Why would he be
Well
at the
done.
dungeons?
But I don't remember seeing their leader Zhang Rang, nor the Emperor.
Well, Dong Zhuo gets
He
lucky
must
here.
have fled from Luoyang. This is a troubling turn of events.
Ooh, picked up grade 3 weapons with the red tier boost. Gauntlet and a Podol. Extend the input windows for parries. I like that. Boost bravery gain during parries. So a lot of parry and then officer damage. We're probably going to end up using that. Boost attack by 30% for limited time. We just perform a perfect evade. Oh, I like that too, but I don't like the fact of the gauntlet. Eh, not a big deal. The distance on that. The bond boost is what we are after actually for completing the missions. The 15 points of skill points. Just like 500 kills. We can get that anytime. I guess he got lucky then, just deciding to not go in.
Lord Dong Zhuo, the carriage has been spotted on the main road.
Just as I expected.
Wow. How wise must he be?
Looks like we've caught something valuable this time. The Emperor is coming. We must welcome him in the proper fashion.
Yes, sir.
Let us begin. This will be a feast fit for royalty.
I mean, unless they're rewriting the story to that he plotted the assassination of He Jie in the first place, and then somehow brain controlled Yuan Shao and Cao Cao to kill everyone in the palace. How could he have planned all this? Right, for opportunity, we definitely didn't know what type of opportunity was going to be present for him. Didn't claim the right to rule for himself right away, made himself a regent, Grand Master, new position created out of thin air. I mean, the emperor was a puppet before him to his uncle and mother. They're just too young. Emperor Douban was like 11, and Dosei was like 9. No. He did not start by killing people. Dongzhuo started by handing out promotions to everyone, hoping they would support him. Pretty much everyone in the coalition that went and opposed him had promotions from him. Like Yuan Shao was sent to Bohai from a promotion by Dongzhuo. And, yeah.
Xinluan, I've returned. The number of wounded and sick grows each day. The majority of local doctors must have already fled. No, don't worry. I want to do this myself. But, Xinluan, this is my advice as a man of medicine. Lord Wang Yun may have ordered you here, but I think we should leave Luoyang. To stay is to invite death itself. Luoyang has become a battlefield. One wrong word could mean the end for you.
I mean, are we attending court?
Excuse me. I wish to speak with you about my father, but I see that I am interrupting.
Ah, I see. I have some other matters to attend to anyway. Please, take your time.
Thank you. As I said, I would like to talk to you about my father.
Who got a promotion to become the Grand Excellency of the Masses?
He seems to be very troubled about the recent events in Luoyang. Lord Dongzhuo's men have rampaged through the city, and I hear he has been equally disruptive in the Imperial Court.
Not really in the city, but he did allow a lot of his troops to go loot the countryside near the capital in Trent, where they basically were killing villagers, claiming they were bandits or part of the coalition against him. That's a little bit later on. And then, you know, raping the woman, looting the wealth, killing the men, and then riding back to the capital.
I am certain my father feels responsible for this. In order to deal with the 10 attendants, he unleashed an even greater threat. He blames himself for that.
I mean, Wang Yun wasn't involved in any of that planning.
Move it.
Basically, he got put into a position of power by Dongzhuo, and he felt that he could use that power to correct things.
What
Which
can
is
I do?
going against Dongzhuo, basically.
How do I convince him that it is not his fault?
So she's gonna guilt trip herself into becoming this, like, weapon of a love triangle.
You really are as kind as you are strong. Even as the city descends into chaos, I see in your eyes the glimmer of hope. I didn't know it at the time, but I think I came here hoping to hear those exact words.
Feels like she's just stringing us along and hoping that we can help.
I shall leave you be now.
Even if we eliminate one source of unrest in this world, another will soon take its place.
Why is there a wooden ox in our room?
I suppose some people may be saved by your actions.
Might actually be a bronze one, but anyways.
However, the realm is too vast, and the state of things too complicated for a single individual to make much of a difference.
That's not necessarily true. Like, you could be Dongzhuo and mess things up a lot. You can also be like Cao Cao and try to fix a lot of the things.
If you simply end the suffering of those nearby, it will take a long time to achieve the goal of a peaceful world. That is why you must choose a hero.
Ah, we get to pick a side.
Someone who can strive to create a new world beyond the chaos. By walking alongside such a person, you will be able to realize a true age of peace. Eventually, you will need to determine...
Okay, maybe not now?
Which hero is worthy of walking alongside you?
I think after Dongzhuo has been put down.
You often fall asleep sitting up. Okay. Insignificant sleep at night. We frequently cry out in our sleep. Trying to hold back tears to find someone you have lost. So basically memories are returning to me in dreams. I mean, Yuan Shao didn't have this type of vanity. Yuan Shu maybe. I mean, Yuan Shao basically grew up being bullied by his younger brother. Jiaxu?
Hmm? It's you. You were with the volunteers who took down Zhang Xiao.
Advisor to Dongzhuo at this time.
That was quite the battle. I never would have expected to see you here. My name is Jia Shu. We haven't actually spoken before, though I've wanted to make your acquaintance for quite some time now. Not at all. That's the problem with being the lookout. All you have to do is keep an eye out for any suspicious behavior or disturbances. Actually, I'm a vessel of Lord Dongzhuo. There's no need to be on guard. I don't bite, unlike Lord Dongzhuo.
I'm not so sure about that. Jiaxu had many cunning ploys, like throwing dead bodies back at the enemy to cause disease.
Still, if you want to leave Luoyang with all your limbs attached, I'd keep my head down if I were you. Take it from a friend.
We have admirers everywhere. Ooh.
This
Almost
wasn't
like
an admiration.
That
This was a
Dong Zhuo
threat.
was such a frightening man. I thought I'd faint just looking at him.
Okay, I mean, we have three characters standing out right here. Another cutscene with Delchan. And probably a set of missions from her afterwards.
Just the person I wanted to see. I have a very big favor to ask of you.
Oy.
Will you help me?
What is it?
Yes. I need you to do something for me. I've never asked anyone to do something like this before. It's making me a little nervous.
All these super suggestive dialogue, not just with her, a bunch of other guys that we talked to so far as well.
The truth is, my father came to me and said that I should take a little walk around town. But I've never really just walked the streets before without a destination. So I have no idea where to go or what to do. It would mean so much to me if you could walk with me here in town. Just for today.
Of course.
I can't thank you enough. Alright, let's get going, shall we?
I'm super assassin, but also damsel in distress who can't walk the street alone.
It's not that she can't walk the streets. It's I'm super assassin. I'm used to being like do this, do this, do this, do that the entire day, and now I have a day off and I have no idea what to do. That's basically where this comes down to. She can definitely walk the streets alone. She doesn't know what to do.
Tarot and pears?
Because that's a bit like what I have when I have to walk the streets or take a walk. I need a destination or I need something to do, else I don't know what to do outside, so I understand this very well.
I guess this is what we get for a dating scene.
Something like that. Good thing it's a fictional character, right?
So how's she gonna explain Lu Bu? Nah, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, they all tried to make a move on me already. And Sun Xiangshan as well.
I had a feeling we were both a little lost out there. But I think that may have ended up being what made our time together so much fun. As long as I have this memory, I'll be able to go on fighting forever. I can't
First,
believe it.
get our request.
I am glad.
Prevention of Wang's assassination. Another one of these fighting quests about the assassination. Let's see what's going on here.
Ah, it's not Shakoden.
Is this Xun Yu?
Excuse me. I presume that you belong to this household. Where might Lord Wan Yun be? My name is Xun Yu.
Xun Yu.
I have an appointment with him.
Xun Yu's nephew, who's actually older than him. So, historically, he attempts the assassination attempt on Dong Zhuo. Not with the 7-star blade, that is fictional, but that part of the story is adapted and given over to Cao Cao in romance. He gets imprisoned for failing it, and then he gets out later on after Dong Zhuo's death.
Documentation, if you'd like to see it. Thank you.
Member of the Sun clan of Intrunt, very big gentry clan, rich history.
That sash.
Hey, stop looking at my sash, sir. I have shown you my sash, please respond.
I've been waiting for you, Lord Xun Yu. You had something you wanted to discuss.
I'll get straight to the point. Lord Wan Yun, you must act now.
You mean eliminate Dong Zhuo?
They're going back to history and actually having him do the assassination?
Yes.
Or at least suggest it?
Dong Zhuo's tyranny has indeed become intolerable of late. But just how do you expect us to stop him?
I mean, the step that Dong Zhuo went really overboard, and basically the court had to oppose him, is deposing the Emperor, switching to his younger brother, and then proceeding to poison both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager and killing both of them. That's when he went too far.
He's expended his forces by taking in the soldiers Lord He Jin left behind.
True.
There is even talk that the powerful soldiers trained by the recently deceased Governor Den Yuan joined him as well.
City Guard Captain Ding Yuan.
It may be too late for anyone to stand against him now. It is likely that Lord Yuan Shao left Luoyang upon realizing his forces were outmatched.
He openly defied Dong Zhuo, basically shouted him down, but too much prestige with the Yuan clan, had to give him a promotion to Bohai, and then told the prefect of Ji province in Hanfu to keep an eye on Yuan Shao to make sure he doesn't start anything, and then Hanfu eventually gets persuaded to join in the rebellion as well as part of the coalition.
I am well aware.
Then, Why are you asking me to do this? I'm an old man. I brought the capital to the brink of ruin.
Because I believe that you have the means to...
I like the subtle changes in alignment with history.
The Han is dead, long live the yellow turbans. It's cute how they always go like the previous match, it was like, oh, bottom gap. I'm sitting there like, maybe it's a trickle gap. Maybe, just maybe, it's a trickle gap. But it's easy to blame others for things you could have done better. As my Ash was definitely outmatched versus Pantheon's Jinx.
Shall I turn in my badge and rifle as well?
I mean, Akshan is not that strong, but yeah, it's mid that banned him, so we don't want an ADC on mid. No, Tana. Yeah, they have last pick. Azrael, huh? Don't tell me it's gonna be another Zillion. Karma. That's okay. I'm fine with it, Karma. Swain.
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
Let's see. So this entire right line. These two. Anything special about this? So it's mostly try to hit things with your Q. Got it. Oh, EQ. That's how they play MMF these days, apparently, so we shall accept it as is. I never do these gacha things not at least not in League, like a Withering Waves. I'm used to doing them because it's the only time I do a gacha, because it's a gacha game. Putting gacha in League to me is just unnecessary. But if I get some free ones, I'll definitely use it, but it's not like it's gonna have a lasting or any effect on me. Because I had a few of those sparks, I didn't even know how. So I used them last time. I think I got like an emote or two and like one skin for my wards. Or was it an icon or two? Like, the things I've gotten out of it were like so stupid that I don't even want to do a 10 pull. Is the only chance you have is, oh yeah, you have a chance on the you have a chance on the skin. Yeah, I'll wait until it pops up somewhere and I can just pay orange essence for it. I'm in no rush. Not since League made me lose a lot of money by getting rid of my previous account for no reason. According to them, cheating, but I was gone for a year, and in that year they said I was cheating, so don't know how that is possible, but here we are.
I know what I'm doing.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I've got a good feeling about it.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I almost forgot they had a Swade.
Step 2.
Then I got pulled and I knew they had a Swade. I was reminded they had a Swade. Man, I miss my normal games that I play.
Sure you can handle me, Summoner? I always shoot first. Bang. Don't get cocky. Guns blazing. Not a problem. You've got dangerous eyes. I like
An
that.
enemy has been slain.
I know what I'm doing. I've got a good feeling about this.
Step 2. Don't get cocky.
An enemy has been slain.
You can handle me. Not a problem. The fun begins. You've got dangerous eyes. I like that. I know what I'm doing. Nothing but powder monkey. No prey, no pay.
An ally has been slain.
I've got a good feeling about this. Step 2.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't get cocky. Not a problem.
Never falter.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
That's why I ran and I didn't fight with you.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Enemy killing spree.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Join the glorious evolution.
I've got a good feeling about this. I know what I'm doing.
Ah, he ulted.
Don't get cocky. The fun begins. Step 2. Set sail.
Shut down.
Bye.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Ghost Blade and then the Grudge. Okay.
Enemy has been slain. Rampage.
Nothing but powder monkey.
Ba-ba-bam.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Step 2.
I almost had a Kali. Almost.
An ally has been slain.
I know what I'm doing. Not a problem. Sure you can handle me, summoner.
Here she comes again.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Sail. You've got dangerous eyes. I like that. Don't get cocky.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Guns blazing. No prey, no pay. I've got a good feeling about this.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Step 2.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Fine, make up your fucking mind, alright?
You've got dangerous eyes.
Never fall.
Sure you can handle me, summoner? I know what I'm doing.
I need HP first, my buddy. I'll get a bit more health in here, sure.
Step 2. Legendary. Don't get cocky.
Never
You've
fall.
got dangerous eyes. I like that.
An enemy has been slain. Never fall. Legendary. Double kill.
GG's!
Victory.
Yeah. Yeah.
この曲は可愛く歌うねって言ったでしょ。ボーボーイ。じゃあ B メロから。
せーの。
ドーナツリングに誓ってずっと笑顔を守るからふわふわもこもこ真っ赤のパンケーキしたい2匹が揃えばもう大騒ぎもわもあ
ハロハロ大人がバウドルですバウドルですバウバウall ADCs are up except Caitlyn. Ooh, I'm going against this one.
Give you a kiss goodnight. Pray your stockings got bites. Talking shit, you only exist to get pissed, get fights. Sober notion, what you gonna say now? Tired of the ones that are running.
Yeah, that was right.
You the boss, busted, no caution tape for the monster. It's over for you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you if it's holding a knife. Still got your tongue tied.
Guess I better give me your life. どんなったんなよ。
Don't bite the hand that feeds you if it's holding a knife. Still got your tongue tied.
Guess I better give me your life. I used to have all these skills.
It's been a long ride, we'll reclaim the queen of tonight.
わがままでも OK ほらだって私って特別あらあら泣いちゃって可愛くってカプってしちゃうからダダララダラダ
ラパパパンパン。ラパパンパンパン。
風穴開けたんだ支配は始まった息はもうかけたのバチュコンも自覚ないはずよ抑えきれない自力制御不能なパワー
パワー。
捕まえてみなよ影形もない
ライター。
半信半疑な素振りはの心に従って忠誠心見せてよ今こそベビードレミド
パンパン。Oh.
ガビ切り身癖になるでしょ
ラパパンパンパン。
並ぶ切り身足りてないのよ Yes sir 感じるでしょ革命的存在をいつかストレス渋滞感情
はい。
パパパパパ浅はかな言葉建前並べて何もないことぐらいベビー愛のフランス帽子でしょ枯れゆくことを受け入れた鮮やかなフラワー知りながら送る笑顔に潜む姿心侵食される前にその身を預けて目覚めさせるのよ永遠に I never let you down パパパパパガビ切り身癖になるでしょ
ラパパンパンパン。
並ぶ切り身足りてないのよ Yes sir 感じるでしょ運命的衝動をいつかストレスのない細胞酔わせてパパパパパ時代未来なら見出す意外じゃない I'm a genius 全知全能 Like a Jesus 巻き起こす待ちわびてたんだ導くのすべて I'm sorry 誰もが羨む陶芸教へと I change 天才の女王と手だわけと盆栽にはスペシャル誰にも気づかれないけど手に入れるわパパパンパンパンガビ切り身癖になるでしょパパパンパンパン並ぶ切り身足りてないのよ Yes
took my hand. Roads I ignored before, you left me wanting more. Destroyed everything just to get a bit ahead. When lights fly by, is it fake or reality? Not sure of much, but know already. Soaring these streets make me complete. Full throttle, come give me your all. Engine's not keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up. Another shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the field. Keep it going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shot it in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough, fill it up and don't look back again. Carbonated love. Better love, it's better than I could have dreamed. Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, oh what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring old avenues. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you. Engine's not keeping up with
I thought I had my barrier video. Hey, Miss Laura. I'm doing okay. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Devil's Den. Good to know you. Good to hear. Sometimes, yeah. At the moment, not really, because my PC is not that good and I only play Fortnite with friends, so. Yay, this is not going too well.
An enemy has been slain.
And Fortnite doesn't really have anything to offer me at the moment. Why I should play it, so. If I play shooters, it's mainly Apex.
Do you see the light or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world with all of its gravity. When every day the pull is gravity. And it's
And that's enough.
Somewhere along I lost my aim, thoughtlessly counting up my days.
Yep, that was your bad volley there. Look, I get seven requests of this per day. Just stop it.
Your energy is nowhere to be found. Do you see the light, or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the fullest gravity, and it seems to think nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not alone. Not alone. All these faces with the same frustrations. Not alone. Not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone. But somebody's out there just like me, feeling all the same things. I don't know what I should do. At least though you like this too, I found a bit of comfort. How to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the fullest gravity, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not
I don't like this part where I'm being sacrificed.
all these faces with the same frustration.
To be honest.
Part of me, part of you, we're not alone.
Hey, stop taking my minions. I need those, you know.
Once in a faraway world was a color that cool like a day. I want someone, please. I need someone, please. So I listened close as it howled in May. Please don't be angry and please don't abandon me. Don't leave me here on my own. Okay. It wrapped itself tightly, daily and nightly. Only with praise would it loosen its hold. I placed in the top of my class. There's no one left for me to surpass. Don't I look cute in this dress? I really must confess, it's tightening round my neck. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. All of the hurt, all of the ache, help me escape. Take it, oh, take it away. Is there no end to this
Ay, ay, ay.
But the necklace will stay just as small as the day it was born. It's so
Sell that for my more.
endless placating. No one is ever enough. Closest to anyone, always ranked number one. Aren't I a beautiful child? I'm better than her, I'm better than him. Oh, everyone come round and got that perfection. Meeting you right after school, I'm finally confessing to you. Ain't it too good to be true? A girl like me in love with you, who's miserable, vulgar, and crude. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, you can have everything.
can have you. Shoulder my cross, now yours to behold. Still nothing, you're not enough, never enough. Still I won't loosen my hold. Truly, I'm so sorry. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. I know it hurts, only gets worse. God, how it hurts. Soon you'll be craving the pain. This is my happiness. This is my happiness.
I cannot retreat past my own lines. They are literally hitting me under my turrets.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Pinging to a draw is gonna do nothing.
When you look up at the night sky, what do you see? The glowing beauty in the twilight. It's no mystery. No watch me set the scene, no let it all up. When the time has come, I'll be rising high, rolling for me like a lifeline. Whenever you see my shine, I will catch your eye. It's pulling you in like gravity. You will be falling on your knees, yeah. Pulling you in, close to me. Watch my glory in mine, following me like a high tide. Barriers will never stop. The tide begins to rise up to the top. Let my power in mine, following me like a high tide. I can be a bright enigma. It's no surprise that you give me into the brilliance, like I'm onto a light. Playing hard to get, but I am patient. You succumb to my body radiance, yeah. When you look up at the night sky, what do you see? My shine. And I feel just like it's pulling you in like gravity. You will be falling on your knees, yeah. Pulling you in, close to me. Watch my glory in mine, following me like a high tide. Barriers will never stop. The tide begins to rise up to the top. Let my power in mine, following me like a high tide. Following me like a high tide. I shine the brightest in the night. The way the waves come down. It's pulling you in like gravity. You will be falling on your knees, yeah. Pulling you in, close to me. Watch my glory in mine, following me like a high tide. Barriers will never stop. The tide begins to
Come alive.
Look up at the horizon together as one. A star is on the rise and it's only begun. The pivotal moment we're clamoring for. An infinite future's at our door. Yeah! It's time for a story with a new feel. Not just allegory, it's real. Wake up! Big dreams about to come true. That means it's time to break through. Never knew we could make it so far, but we're striving, thriving. Here we are.
We're ahead in thirds, we're ahead in kills.
We're virtually unstoppable. We can't sit still, we just keep moving. Now everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We'll reinvent the world that we live in. We'll greet every day with new intentions. Break conventions, run right through. This is it. There's smashing barriers left and right. Strong as we ever were, scaling high. So get together, let's reunite. Reach out, the future's bright.
We've been together for what feels like an eternity. The times are changing, but we're ready for infinity. Yeah.
Our stories align. We're gonna go far when we combine.
So look at the horizon and then look beyond. We'll marvel at the skies and the strength of our bond.
We're making a vow in the smiling stars. A powerful moment that's all ours. Seasons change, but we keep shining. Now everybody sing.
Keep it going.
We're making our way to the
Imagine the freedom that we found.
Yeah, we've made it.
We're breaking out of the mold, no longer bound. We're unlimited. We gotta spring to life and break change. Turn up the hype, can't be contained. We're shaking up the status quo. No time stop, we're good to go.
The whole wide world is listening, so everybody sing.
We're making our way to the next dimension. We're living out the dreams we believe in. Excitement beyond our comprehension. There's no question we'll break through. So relax, we'll keep aspiring to excel. It's awe-inspiring, going round. Represent, so light the fire and let's rebel. The future's brighter, we can tell.
That was fine. I don't know why you wanted to do that.
Rushing in a fantasy, wanna be disease, sure that you won't ever make it out. Eyes follow now, do it, you're talking like it now. Enemies gonna left count. See your guilty heart. We're not gonna stop. It's just a Get down, get da da da. Like it like that, not it like that. Get down, 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 down. Take me up, 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 let's go. Going up, up, go below. You already know. Don't you? They know it. Run in the light, almighty know. What's wrong, what's right with you? Run in the night, almighty know. Come take a bite. Never ending in the sky. Love me before we done. You'll never from me run. No one to just forget. We standing on the edge, don't know me, unpredictable, typical you. Got nowhere to go. Show you something real, my level, no, you'll never know. As a boss of below, you should know. Just a little unpredictable, beautiful, just a start. Let's get it, baby, go next level, almost criminal. As a boss of, it goes below.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I was born to tears, felt like 9,000 years. Every back and forth and combo cut me like a knife. But then I saw it in your eyes, and it took I'm ready to let go. Get me through the night somehow. Show me all you know. My lips are mystery. One kiss and you'll agree. If you're down to get familiarized, and baby, say it right. Play with fire, take me higher. Play with fire, take me higher. We're burning up the floor. You got a vibe I can't ignore. In a sea of embers dancing way into the night. The best is yet to come, but you're not like anyone. How can I pass up on someone shining so bright? But this scent that's filling up the air, and you're still unaware that you're falling fast under my spell. Oh, baby, it isn't fair. 'Cause when I'm inside this illusion, I am anyone and everyone. Our logic fades away tonight. You gotta say it right. Play with fire, take me higher. Play with fire, take me higher.
Yeah, let's do. Out for the dashfall. All the way. stop. What did he say? Yeah. Ra-pa-pam-pam-pam. Yeah, stop, believe, they'll give that shot. Bam, bam. I am too old for this bullshit.
Shall I turn my bag and rifle as well?
Okay. Alright, all my ADCs are open again. Again. I think he's going double AP. This is the last match of League for today. Eso es lo que faltaba. No le jugué. And we have Huawei winning conditions. That's what people call me.
introduce myself. You didn't think I was done, did ya? Well, I guess we can have another fun, baby. Some people live for attention, playing the victim, but baby, I was born to do the killing. I see how you're going crazy, always thinking about me, blaming on me daily. Feed me, oh my God, to talk some more about me. I know that you love me. It's funny how you think I'm bothered. No, I'm nothing like the others. Shouldn't mess with me 'cause I heard that you're afraid of monsters. Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, yeah, we're ready for the monsters. I'm just being me. Cut out the things that I don't need. And I don't care if you disagree. I don't need no sympathy. Winning the game on my own, yeah, baby. I see how you're going crazy, always thinking about me, baby. I'm the
And
devil.
then press W. Why?
More about me, I know that you love me. It's funny how you think I'm bothered. No, I'm nothing like the others. You shouldn't have messed with me 'cause I heard that you're afraid of monsters. Are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, you ain't ready for the monsters. Monsters, it could have been so different between us, but then you went and messed everything up. You took a knife and stabbed me in the back, took everything I had, and to your friends and laughed. This is the last time I'm gonna tell you now. If you try to break me, I'm gonna burn you down. Oh, baby, I'm done with you, not coming back for you. Let me introduce myself. It's funny how you think I'm bothered. No, I'm nothing like the others. You shouldn't have messed with me 'cause I heard that you're afraid of monsters. Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, are you ready for the monsters? Monsters, you ain't ready for the monsters. Monsters. We take them down, down, down. Queen them in the borderline, running no surprise. You ain't gonna win, but you can try. I told ya you got no luck, end up in my line. Listen, listen, run, no hide and scream out already. Locked ya up, those games you always play. Call me, call up, wanna hear anything. Aim in my sight, down right on your heart. Throwing the keys out, shut down, aye.
Love it to forget done, will never forgiven. And when to just forget, we got him.
Rise down to the dive. Standing on the edge, don't know me, unpredictable, typical you. Got nowhere to go. Show you something real, my level. No, you'll never know. As opposed to the love you should know. Run in the light, almighty, oh. What's wrong, back and forth and combo cut me like a knife. But then I saw it in your eyes, and it took me by surprise. 10,000 volts, a bolt that brought my heart to life. And I want you here right now, you know, 'cause I'm ready to let go. Get me through the night somehow, show me all you know. Our lips are mystery, one kiss and you'll agree. If you're down to get familiarized, then baby, say it right.
What goes shadow there?
Fire, take me high. Play with fire, take me higher. We're burning up the floor. You got a vibe I
Why are you complaining when you're the one who got caught? Oh man.
into the night. The best is yet to come. I cannot like anyone. Can I pass up on someone shining so bright? The scent that's filling up the air, and you're still unaware that you're falling fast under my spell. Baby, it isn't fair. 'Cause when I'm inside this illusion, I am anyone and everyone. Our logic fades away tonight. You gotta say it right.
Ajax kicked our ass. Shan wanted to intervene, but he got cancelled the moment he tried.
I want someone, please. I need someone, please. So I listen close as it howled in me. Please don't be angry and please don't abandon me. Don't leave me here on my own. Okay. It wrapped itself tightly, daily and nightly. Only with praise would it loosen its hold. I placed in the top of my class. There's no one left for me to surpass. Don't I look cute in this dress? I really, really must confess, it's tightening round my neck. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can
It's not gonna do a lot.
Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. All of the hurt, all of the ache, help me escape. Take it, oh, take it away. Is there no end to this Throw as you may, but the necklace will stay just as small as the day it was found. It's so suffocating, the endless placating. No one is ever enough. To anyone, always rank number one. Aren't I a beautiful child? Better than her, I'm better than him. Oh, everyone's around and gone at perfection. Meeting you right after school, I'm finally confessing to you. Ain't it too good to be true? A girl like me in love with you, who's miserable, vulgar, and crude. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love. You can have everything if I have you. I can have you. Shoulder my love, now yours to behold. Still not enough, you're not enough. Never enough, still I will lose in my heart. Truly, I'm so sorry. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. I know it hurts, only gets worse. God, how it hurts. Soon you'll be craving the pain. This is
Tried everything just to get a bit ahead. What lights my by is it fake or reality? Not sure of much, but I know I'm ready. Soaring these streets make me complete. Full throttle, come give me your all. Engines on, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up. I'm a shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough, fill it up and don't look like a game. Carbonated love. Venom love, it's better than I could have dreamed. Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, or what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring old avenues. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you. Engines on, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up. A shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough, fill it up and don't look like a game. Carbonated love. Moving from the cup, I'm empty without you. Make such a mess and you don't care if I'm the fool. Another night, let's speed up, let's make it new. Love me despite the way I'm crazy just for you. With a shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, mark the end of wheels. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Love no
Try to risk your life for a fucking blue, but
our time is up, not enough, fill it up and begin. Carbonated love. Enemy double kill.ようがだれてるそのニーズなんか辛いことは単価俺でよけれ話してくんない力になるぜ一体どんなことがあったそれ引って話して兄弟俺をやるから元気出したそれならまた今度でいいさシャンティシャンティシャンティシャンティシャンティハッピーキャンディハッピーハッピーハッピーキャンディメニーメニーマニー眠れない夜のチャイナタウンその全てがんなはバニー老若男女問わずお客使い割ったら吸ってりゃいい今夜も来たのかいお気に召したかいだけはこれくらい払えないのかいならばしょうがない君にぴったりの仕事があるからこっちについてきな ちについてきなこっちについてきなうる手前なんとくちょちんとりんと咲かせた果ても真のかなたたまえもう真のかなたたまえしばれやバルセやバルセやこの身はどうだいお気に召したかいだけはこれからいつであなた死んでればしょうがないそつなく無駄なく転がせてじなしどうですよ
Keep him away from me.
気づけるよ区別がつかないモノクロの世界色としても何も見えなくてまだ私は息を止めていたもういいよ遠くでも叶えたい私はこんな世界思いも抱きしめていたいのに夢のキャンバスに居続ける意味はこの胸に輝いているストーリー
Man again. How many escapes does this bitch have? E to run faster? 'What the fuck was he doing? Again, nothing. GG mid. Mid did jack shit. Same with our jungle, doing jack shit. Oh god, I'm quitting here. I'm done. This is so dumb. What idiots like this world. Basically has one of the strongest junglers and still cannot jungle. Oh yeah, fine. But I'm sure he will blame me for it, because you cannot blame yourself.
I'm just gonna level with you.
Come on. I'll open it another time, fuck it.
Yeah, I've been making YouTube videos for about 3 years now, and during that time I've gotten recommendations for hundreds of thousands of different topics to do videos on. Some of them I've done, some of them I haven't gotten around to yet, some of them I'll never do because they don't interest me, and then there's another category of topics that I've actively avoided because, to be honest with you, they intimidate me because the stories are that incredible and I'm worried that I'm not going to do them justice. This is one of those. Today we're talking about one of the greatest Marines of all time, an undefeated boxer with a 100% knockout rate and probably the greatest machine gunner to ever live, John Basilone. He is easily one of the most recognizable and renowned warriors in American military history, and for good reason. He has received the Medal of Honor and the Navy Cross, and the only reason he got the Navy Cross is because they quit letting people get the Medal of Honor twice. And we're going to get to his incredible story right after a word from our sponsor. Yeah, babe, what's up?
Hey, I need a boombox.
Okay, I can go get you one.
Perfect.
Alright, I'll go get it now. Love you.
Love you.
Alright, bye.
1 hour later.
Where's that boombox that I asked for?
Oh, it's right here. I got it for you.
What is this?
The boombox.
No, I wanted something to play music with.
Oh, that kind of boombox. Yeah, I got this instead.
Okay, we'll go to the store and get me a boombox so I can listen to music.
Can I keep this one still?
I don't care.
This video is brought to you by Delete Me, K's super simple business model. You give them money, they turn around and they make sure that online data brokers are not selling your personal information online. Okay, here's the deal. Pretty much anytime you use a free service on the internet and you click that little box that says, I agree to the terms and conditions, you basically just agreed to allow them to harvest as much of your personal information as humanly possible. They then turn around and sell that to online data brokers, and that's how they can afford to offer you a free service. But when you have Delete Me, they go and they monitor all of these online data brokers for your personal information. information, and then if they find it, they submit all the opt-out forms on your behalf, so they have to take down and stop selling that information. So when you buy Delete Me, you're not actually buying anything, you're just buying your way out of all the negative consequences of all the free shit that you've already got. And because they continue to monitor those data brokers, you're buying yourself out of all the future negative consequences of all the free shit that you haven't even gotten yet. So if you want to give Delete Me a try, there's going to be a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. John Bassel was born on November 4th, 1916 in Buffalo, New York, and spent his entire childhood growing up in Raritan, New Jersey. He was the sixth of 10 children with 2 older brothers, and both of his parents were first-generation immigrants that had just moved here from Italy. And like pretty much all World War II vets that we've ever talked about, he grew up in poverty during the Great Depression. Despite that, his father truly believed that America was the greatest place on earth. It was the land of opportunity, and he instilled that in all of his kids. Growing up with 2 older brothers in New Jersey, John got really tough really quick as a kid. He was extremely stubborn. He rode that line between bravery and stupidity with everything he did, and he was not particularly good at school. He could never pay attention to the classroom, but he excelled at anything athletic, and he never shied away from a fight. When he was 7 years old, he famously decided that he was going to make a 1,000-pound bull that had nearly killed 3 grown men previously his pet.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
So 7-year-old John, with zero fear in his body, hops in this pen with this bull and goes to pet it. The bull charges him. He dodges it. The bull charges him again. He dodges it again. And finally, the bull just kind of squares up with him. And John slowly walks up to this bull. And right as he's about to place his hand on the bull's head, right between his horns, the bull rears down and launches John 20 feet through the air, and he lands flat on his back.
Well, I don't think
Luckily,
it paid
John
off.
makes it out of the pen okay. Needless to say, that bull did not become his pet, but it goes to show that he is either gifted with an extreme amount of bravery or stupidity, and only time is going to tell which one it is. Now, around this same point in his childhood, John and his brothers end up going to the local movie theater, and they watch a movie about a boxer. And this movie inspires John and his 2 older brothers to all want to become boxers, but the problem is there's no boxing gym in Raritan. He can't afford any boxing equipment, so the 3 brothers just start trying to mimic the training from the movie. They all start jumping rope. The problem is they don't have jump ropes, and they can't afford it, so they start jumping rope with a clothesline. They started chopping wood with an old rusty axe they found. They start doing focus mitt drills with their bare hands because they can't afford any equipment. And this goes on for the rest of his childhood. Academically, John struggles in the classroom, and at school, he's not very popular either. And it's not that he's dumb. He can do everything. He can read, he can write, he can do math. He just can't stand sitting there for 6 to 8 hours a day looking at a chalkboard and some teacher droning on. He would zone out, and then next thing he knows, the bell would ring and class would be over, and he didn't pay attention to any of it. Because of this, after he graduates from 8th grade, he informs his parents that he is not going to be attending high school, and he's going to go out and get a job and start contributing to the family. Because he's 14 at the time, there's not a whole lot of jobs that he can do, so he gets the first one he can get his hands on, and that is being a caddy at the local golf course. And at first, John absolutely loves it. He's outside, he's moving around, he's earning money to help his family. All these rich businessmen are giving him these huge tips because he does such a great job. And when he's not hauling golf clubs, he's hanging out at the golf course clubhouse with all these rich businessmen, and they end up teaching him how to gamble, and he gets really good at that, and he starts making money doing that too. And this goes on for years, and as John turns 16 and then eventually 17, it's getting to the point where he can go out and get a real job. And John absolutely hates the notion of it. He resents the fact that society is telling him he has to go out and get some monotonous 9-to-5 job that he just has to do every single day for the rest of his life. In his mind, it's going to be just like sitting in that classroom, zoned out, and John doesn't know what to do because that's not what he wants in life. Not knowing what to do, John goes to his church and he's praying about it. He's just sitting there, he's hanging out, he's thinking about what he wants to do for the rest of his life. While he's there, a Catholic priest by the name of Father Russo comes up and starts talking to John. You know, he's clearly troubled, wants to know if he can help, and John ends up asking Father Russo, that he's known pretty much his entire childhood, like, hey, Father, you know, you were an athletic guy, you were in college, you could have been a doctor, you could have been a professional athlete, you had the whole world at your fingertips. How did you decide that you wanted to become a priest? And Father Russo told him that he just felt a calling, that that's what he was supposed to do, so he did it, and he told John that if he listened, God would probably give him a calling too. So John takes that advice and he's trying to listen or look out for any sign that maybe God's going to give him. And then one day he has what he describes as a vision that he's supposed to become a warrior. And because of this, John joins the United States Army in 1934. Now the problem is John doesn't really know what he wants to do in the Army, but he knows that his calling is to be a warrior. So he wants to be the biggest, baddest, most untouchable warrior on the battlefield, which is obviously being inside of a tank.
Best job I ever had.
The problem is that John thinks that being cooped up inside of a tank is going to be just like sitting inside that classroom, and he absolutely hates the notion. He wants to be outside, moving around, doing things that are physical, so he picks the next best thing on the battlefield, a machine gun. And this suits John for multiple reasons. One, he's kind of a bigger guy by the standards of the day, right? He's 5'9", but he's 185 pounds with almost no fat on him. And on top of that, he's been doing nothing but lugging around golf clubs for the past 4 years, giving him a ton of stamina, which is good news because he's going to need it, because the machine gun back in 1934 was the Browning 1917, which was a fucking machine gun that required 7 quarts of water to cool the barrel down. Between the gun and the tripod, the entire thing is 103 pounds, not including the ammunition. And John is absolutely obsessed with this gun. He knows absolutely everything about it. He knows where to place it on a battlefield, how to set it up, how to clear every different type of malfunction. They have competitions on how to disassemble and reassemble it and run a functions check completely blindfolded, and John wins those competitions every single time. After finishing his training, John gets shipped out to the Philippines, and he spends the next 3 years there between 1934 and 1937, and it kind of fucking sucks the entire time. Now, at this point in time, the geopolitical climate is absolutely heating up, and war could break out, and if that war breaks out, John is obviously here to defend the Philippines. And as far as John can tell, if war should break out, the Army's only plan is to have all of its troops retreat to a tiny island called Corregidor and try to hold that. Now, this is extremely disheartening to the point that it pisses John off, because remember, he's here to be a warrior. That's his higher calling in life, and now he's over here in the Philippines. It's hot, everything's fucking wet all the time, there's fucking bugs everywhere, he's getting malaria, everybody else is getting malaria, and he's sitting here just suffering, basically waiting for war to break out. And then when the war does break out, the first thing they're gonna do is retreat. That's not what he signed up for. So this bothers John all the way down to his core the entire time that he's there. Despite that, he tries to make the best of it, which is really hard at times, because it's very clear to John that the Army either doesn't give a fuck about him or just doesn't have the funding to take care of him the right way, because they have
So trying to cook while I'm doing this, but like the cord on this is not long enough.
That's not what he signed up for. So this bothers John all the way down to his core the entire time that he's there. Despite that, he tries to make the best of it, which is really hard at times, because it's very clear to John that the Army either doesn't give a fuck about him or just doesn't have the funding to take care of him the right way, because they have basically nothing while they're there. They're living in these tiny little huts. They have very little supplies. They're literally having to eat goat half the time, which John said was absolutely disgusting. And on top of that, John absolutely hates the rainy season in the tropics, because he cannot stand the wool Army socks when they get wet on his feet. It drives him absolutely insane. It bothers him so much that it becomes a well-known thing in his unit that when you're gambling against John Basilone, he is willing to accept dry cotton socks as currency to gamble with when you play against him, which is pretty much all he does the entire time that he's there. He's either sleeping, drinking, gambling, or trying to bang the locals like everybody else. He actually ends up falling in love with a local woman by the name of Lolita that he describes as the most beautiful woman in the world. So much so that he actually gets her name tattooed on him. The constant drinking and gambling gets old after a little while, so he decides that he's going to start training to box again. So he gets back to running, jumping ropes, starts sparring with any other Army guy that's willing to spar with him, and then eventually he ends up taking his first fight in the Army for boxing. Takes his first match, goes in there, knocks the guy out in the first round, takes another match, knocks him out too. After a little while, he is the best boxer in his unit, and then he goes and competes, becomes the best boxer in the Army, and then he goes, competes again, knocking out the Navy's champion, becoming the best boxer in the U.S. military. Around this point in time, he ends up getting the nickname Manila John, and all the promoters back home hear about this badass over in the Philippines knocking everybody out, so he's getting letters from all these boxing promoters wanting him to come over and fight their pro champion over here, this pro guy over there. Basically, he's got a really good professional boxing career lined up the minute he goes back home. Eventually, he ends up beating everybody in the United States military, 19 wins, 19 knockouts, at which point he can either just wait and go back home and turn pro, or he can go up a weight class. He doesn't really want to do either, and his enlistment is coming to an end. John decides that he does not want to go up a weight class. He definitely does not want to re-enlist in the Army because these past 3 years have fucking sucked. And he doesn't want to go back home and become a pro boxer because he doesn't think that that's the warrior calling that he had from his vision. So John finishes up his enlistment in 1937 and goes back home and moves in with mom and dad all over again, and he is right back at square one, not knowing what to do with the rest of his life. He goes right back to being a caddy at the golf course, and at this point, mom and dad are getting worried because, I mean, he's a 21-year-old man, and this is the 1930s. He should be having kids by now, and he's over here working some part-time high schooler job. He needs to go and get a real job and make something of himself and start building a family. And while nobody's saying it out loud, John feels that constant pressure both from his family and his community, and he just doesn't know what to do. So he basically just goes back to what he was doing in the Philippines, right? He's carrying golf clubs during the day, he's gambling, he's drinking, and he is fucking everything that moves. You gotta realize, he's the 21-year-old Army veteran that just got back from the military. He's 185 pounds, built like a brick shit house with 19 knockouts. He's seen as a very eligible bachelor by all the young ladies in town. So he's doing stuff with them. He's even banging the old widow that runs the flower shop down the street. I'm not kidding. So that's going on for a while. Then eventually his dad confronts him like, Johnny, what the fuck are you doing with your life? You need to get your shit together. So John is like, I know. So he goes, he gets a real job. He ends up being a delivery guy for a laundry service. He does that for a couple of months. Fucking hates every single second of it. But now mom and dad are proud of him. You know, he's gone out in the world. He's got a real job. He's doing the whole, you know, family thing. Soon he'll probably get a wife, settle down, have kids, do what, you know, you're supposed to do. He doesn't make it there very long. He ends up quitting because he just can't stand to do it. His parents are super disappointed right out of the gate, at which point John is like, you know, I'm going to move out. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'll go out on my own. So he moves to a different state, gets a job with the gas company. So he does that for like 6 months. He becomes one of the top employees at the company. He's getting along fine. He does the work really well, but he absolutely hates it. He doesn't feel like he's fulfilling his higher calling. And around this point in time, all the news is coming out about the massacre at Nanjing, Japan invading China, killing hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. There's stories coming out about Japanese officers beheading innocent Chinese civilians until their arms are so fatigued that they can no longer lift up their swords. And this bothers John to his core because even though his time in the army wasn't great and he hated it the entire time, he still considered himself a professional and did not understand why another professional military would do that to innocent civilians. And with this, John has his second vision, basically a more clear version of his first vision. He is supposed to be a warrior, but he is supposed to fight the Japanese. And with this, he decides that he's going to re-enlist in the United States military, but this time he's not going with the army. He told his mother, and I quote, "The army's too soft, Ma. I'm going with the Marines." So in July of 1940, at the age of 23, John Basilone joins the United States Marine Corps. And you gotta realize, at this point in time, John is 23 years old and there's a draft going on, so pretty much everybody else that he's going through training with is some 18-year-old snot-nosed kid. And John is just... he's getting through it. So he crushes basic training, goes off to machine gunner school for the Marine Corps, and while he's there, he just starts hustling all of his classmates. He sits there and very loudly and very vocally expresses frustration in his inability to disassemble and reassemble the machine gun, which obviously he knows how to do extremely proficiently, but he plays it off like he can't. And then he suckers other young, cocky Marines in to a challenge of assembling and disassembling it and running a functions check, and whoever wins money. And then as soon as they put money on the table, he just takes everybody's shit, including their socks.
4 in a row. You know something? This is like the luck of the Irish, only I'm not Irish, so you figure it out.
So he gets done with training. He's older, he's more mature, he already knows everything. Very quickly, he ends up becoming a gunnery sergeant. He's in charge of 11 other men and 2 machine guns. And he takes being a leader very seriously. He makes all the men in his section train and retrain over and over and over again with the machine gun, how to set them up, where to set them up, absolutely everything, to the point that they are just as good as he is. Then they end up getting shipped out to Puerto Rico for amphibious landing training. He's back in the tropics, absolutely hates it. Everything's wet, his feet are wet, his socks are wet, there's fucking bugs everywhere. He doesn't like it there. He ends up training there for an entire year. And as per usual, when he's not training, they're going out, they're gambling, they're drinking, and they're fucking everything that moves. At this point in time, he becomes kind of infamous for every time he gets hammered, he turns his hat, also known as a piss cutter, sideways to let everybody know, hey, I'm fucking hammered. So after a year, they get done with training. They're just waiting on orders on where they're going to go. Paris Island is apparently full. So, according to the rumors, the U.S. military went out and built an entire new base for the Marines. And this base is fucking awesome. There's a new movie theater. There's an athletic facility. There's a new chow hall that serves steak and lobster and cake and ice cream every single day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Everybody is fucking pumped because they've been hanging out in the tropics where it sucks, basically living in tents. And now they're finally going to go and get appreciated for the elite fighting unit that they are. So they get shipped out, they travel, they make it all the way to New River, North Carolina, where the new base is, and they get there, there's nothing there. There's like a couple of buildings for the officers, and then it's just a fucking swamp. They have no mission, there's no training schedule, they're literally just existing, living in tents in a swamp. Because at this point in time, America isn't in the war yet, so basically they're one of the most highly trained units that America has, but they have nowhere for them to go, so they basically just like set them off to the side and told them to go camp in a swamp for a while, and it It sucks the entire time. So they're there for a couple of months, and then they get word that they're going to a different new base, and this base surely is the base they were originally talking about, right? With the chow hall and the steak and the lobster and the cake and the ice cream,
Nope.
and the athletic facility and the new barracks. Everything's gonna be awesome. The new base is actually ready. They ship out. It's a very short drive. They come to this new place, Camp Lejeune. Also, no buildings, just a fucking swamp.
Is it close?
So now, morale amongst the men is at an all-time low. It absolutely sucks. John is trying to do everything he can to keep spirits up. He makes it standard practice that everybody under his command is going to learn boxing. He's going out, he's teaching his men how to box. The circus in town actually donates their old tent, and they set it up, and that becomes their new, like, Madison Square Garden. He's hosting fights. Boxing is, like, the only thing they have. But John doesn't really have any interest in boxing himself, and after the word got out that he's Manila John with 19 knockouts, not a lot of people wanted to box him anyway, so it works out. But there has been several occasions where a card game went wrong and he got into a fight and knocked a couple of people out. And then they get a new commander that apparently is a badass, and one of the first things this commander does is calls John Vassalone into his office. Okay, this cannot be good. John is nervous. This guy is allegedly a hard ass. He's supposedly one of the most decorated men in the U.S. military at this point in time. He's got 2 Navy crosses. He's already served in Nicaragua. He served in the Banana Wars, and now John has to go talk to him, and he doesn't know why. So John walks into his office, and this guy is intimidating. He is built like a brick shithouse. He looks like a refrigerator with a smaller refrigerator on top of it, and that's his head. This dude's got the biggest barrel chest he's ever seen. His side profile is 2 feet thick. It's starting to make sense why this guy's nickname was Chesty. Yeah, John's new commander is the legendary Marine Chesty Puller. And Chesty lays into him immediately, like, I understand you knocked some people out after a card game. And he's like, yes, sir. And he goes, I understand you're some type of knockout artist. And he's like, yes, sir, I was 19-0 over in the Philippines when I was in the Army. Chesty, at this point, flips out. The Army? You were in the fucking Army?
Get soft, brother.
Now, obviously, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but this
Soft,
conversation went something along the lines of, why don't you explain to me why I would let somebody softened by the United States Army lead my Marines into combat? I have heard nothing but bad things about you, John. You were a gambling womanizer that would sleep with 2 women at a time if you could afford it. At which point, John responds, and I quote, even when I can't afford it, sir. At which point, Chesty cracks a smile and says, God damn it, you're going to make a fine Marine. Pull up a seat. They have a cigar together and start drinking.
You're
and
gonna
then
be a
Chesty
fine
has
Marine.
John tell him all about the Philippines. Yeah, John Vassalone is now homies with the most decorated Marine of all time. Shortly after this, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor. They've committed the cardinal sin. They fucked with America's boats. It is now game on. At this point in time, John's unit is one of the most highly trained units in the United States military, and they are immediately shipped out to Samoa on their way to the Pacific for more training. They spend about 4 months there. They train a bunch on amphibious landings, but they also train on jungle warfare, trying to focus in on what they know the Japanese like to do. They know that the Japanese like night fighting, so they get a bunch of nighttime combat training, and then they know that the Japanese also like to infiltrate behind enemy lines and pretend to be one of your guys and then murder you in your sleep. So they develop a new system on how to make sure that somebody out in the darkness is actually one of your guys. Now, the tricky part is you need to make sure that both members in this communication are both on the same page and they both know that they're not going towards an enemy. So you're going to shout out one word and they're going to respond back with another word that's the password. And the words that they choose are weather and clear, because apparently you can't say those words with a Japanese accent.
Clear? Clear? Clear. 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 Clear.
So they get done training, then they're just told to board a ship. They're not even telling them where they're going. They get out to sea after like 2 days once it's no longer a security issue, and they tell everybody over the loudspeakers, we're headed to Guadalcanal in the Pacific. There's an airfield there that we have to take and defend. Now, John is going to kind of be in the second wave. He is not there when the Marines make their first landing on Guadalcanal on August 7th, 1942. Now, those Marines experience very little resistance at first, and then 2 days later on August 9th, the Japanese Navy rolls in on the naval detachment that had dropped off the Marines, and they attack them at night and catch them completely off guard, and they end up sinking 4 American cruisers, and the entire naval detachment is forced to retreat, stranding the Marines on on Guadalcanal. So for about that first week, the Japanese Navy just shells the Marines with naval gunfire and then tries to starve them out. The first major battle is on August 20th at the Kenaroo River when 800 Marines go toe-to-toe with 900 Japanese, killing 800 Japanese and only losing 44 Marines in return. After this, the Japanese realize two things. A, they're going to have to up their game if they want to go toe-to-toe with the Marines, and B, Henderson Airfield is apparently very important to the United States war effort, and they have to take it back no matter what. Henderson Airfield has a ridge right next to it today that's known as Edson's Ridge because it was defended on September 12th by Edson's Raiders. Edson's Raiders is comprised of 840 Marines that go toe-to-toe with 3,000 Japanese soldiers led into battle by Major General Kiyotake Kawaguchi. Utilizing the high ground and effective machine gun fire, Edson's Raiders absolutely crushed Kawaguchi's men. Over the course of 3 days, the Marines lost 31 men and killed over 600 Japanese soldiers and wounded at least 600 more. To the Japanese, this was considered the first major defeat of their ground forces in over 2,000 years and brought immeasurable shame to that chain of command. General Kawaguchi is immediately relieved of command, and his boss, General Hayotake, takes control, and it becomes his life's mission to win back Henderson Airfield to restore his honor. By August 18th, the United States Navy is able to punch through, and John and the rest of the 7th Marines show up to reinforce the Marines on Guadalcanal. Over the course of the coming days, they offload all of the 7th Marines onto Guadalcanal, but on September 23rd, before all of the Marines have disembarked from their ships, they get ambushed at the Medicao River. Chesty Puller, hearing that some of his men are cut off and surrounded, commandeers the United States naval destroyer, the USS Ballard, takes it under his command, gets it as close as he can to their position, and calls in the naval gunfire on the enemy himself. He then loads up all the landing vessels that he has with as many Marines as he possibly can and begins leading them into the fight to save his men. And Chesty is right there leading from the very first Higgins boat, and it gets so bad from enemy gunfire coming in on these Higgins boats that the naval coxswain, the pilot of the ship, goes and starts turning the boat around, and all the other boats are going to start following, at which point Chesty orders him to keep going, and he fights him on it, and Chesty pulls out his Colt 45 and says that he will shoot him himself if he doesn't steer that fucking boat to that beach. Chesty lands, goes out, saves his men, and to be clear, John wasn't there during the actual battle, but he saw all of this unfold, he heard about it, and it reinforced everything that he thought and knew in his heart, that if he wanted to be a good leader, he had to lead from the front and be willing to risk himself for his men. So all the Marines get out on Guadalcanal. The biggest objective in the war right now is defending Henderson Airfield. This is the most important stretch of land on the planet at this point in time. So John and his 11 men are set up on this ridge right outside Henderson Airfield. They have 2 foxholes, 1 machine gun team in each, and they are covering a 2,500-yard span of the Marine front line, and they absolutely cannot allow the Japanese to get past it. On October 23rd, General Hayotake, who remember feels that he has been shamed by allowing his subordinate to lose to the Americans for the first time in 2,000 years, he is willing to die to win this fight, and he sends all the men that he has directly towards the Marine Corps' front line. And hundreds of them are headed directly towards John Basilone and his 11 men. The Japanese soldiers headed towards John and his men were covered in leaves for camouflage, and there was so many of them that Basilone's men said it looked like the jungle itself was coming to eat them. And while that is horrifying, you have to remember that John and his men have 2 heavy machine guns with overlapping fields of fire and the high ground. It's going to take a literal army to uproot John and his men. John and his men start mowing down wave after wave of Japanese infantry, and they just keep coming because they are under the command of General Hayotake, and this man is willing to die to win his honor back, and he's willing to sacrifice all of his men as well. Not only are John and his men metaphorically stacking bodies, they're literally stacking bodies to the point that it actually becomes a legitimate problem. John has to get out of the foxhole and push over piles of dead corpses because they're beginning to obstruct the view from his machine gun positions. They fight for hours, mowing down wave after wave of enemy, and by the end of the first day, John has lost 4 men and killed who knows how many Japanese in return. On the second day, they still weren't able to get past Basilone and his men, but they were able to punch through the Marine Corps line on John's right flank, and they surrounded John and his men. Okay, so at this point, on one hand, this is a horrible situation to be in, but on the other hand, this is exactly the type of shit Marines are into, okay? This is what they call a target-rich environment, and now that they're surrounded, the enemy doesn't have anywhere else to go but to fight them. This is exactly what they want. The only problem now is that the rest of the force is cut off from him, so he can't get any more ammunition or water for the guns, and to make things worse, he's been fighting for so long, his fucking wool socks are wet. So at this point, John's like, fuck it, I'm gonna go get the ammo myself. He takes off his boots, he takes off his wet wool socks, grabs a machete and his Colt 45 1911, and takes off through enemy lines to go get more ammunition and water for his men. John not only makes it through the enemy lines barefoot, he actually gets more ammo, more barrels, and more water for the guns, and makes it back to his men. And over the course of the next day, he does this 2 more times. John and his men continuing to fight the entire time, mowing down scores of enemy soldiers. But slowly, John starts losing more and more men. First it was 4, and then 2 more, and then he's lost 8 men, and suddenly it was down to John and just 2 others. At this point, they had to improvise new tactics. They didn't have enough men to man 2 heavy machine guns. So John became the gunner, trying to make every single last round count. And then when John ran out of ammo on one gun, he would hop over to the other gun while his 2 men reloaded and refitted that initial gun, and they would just bounce back and forth, fighting as long as they possibly could. This goes on for hours, and John and his men can't keep up. John would burn through all the ammunition in one machine gun before the next gun was ready. So John had to engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat at their foxhole to buy his men more time to get the guns up. And then that goes on for hours. John Bassalone kills 38 enemy soldiers at or in his foxhole in close quarters combat, buying his men more time. And just as things were starting to look really, really dark, like this is gonna be the end, dark, we're almost out of ammunition, we can't keep doing this, Chesty Puller comes through again, rallies the Marines, pushes back the Japanese forces, and restores the initial line. Over the course of the entire battle, not just John's section alone, the Marine Corps had managed to kill 2,500 Japanese soldiers, forcing them into a retreat. General Hayotake again had been defeated, and this time the blame laid squarely on his shoulders, and because of this, he commits... Can't say that word on YouTube. Anyways, by the time reinforcements get to Bassalone and his men, there is dead dudes absolutely everywhere. There's 38 of them in or around the foxhole. All of those kills were credited to Bassalone in close quarters combat, and his fields of fire look like the most aerodynamic mass grave you've ever seen. There was so many they quit counting after 150. For the next 18 days, the Marines launched counterattacks, chasing the retreating Japanese forces all over Guadalcanal before eventually kicking them off the island altogether. But the fight's not over yet. The Japanese are going to come back, and they're going to come back with everything they absolutely have. Off the coast of Guadalcanal is a bunch of Japanese battleships, and they are there to secure a route for more Japanese soldiers to make it onto the beach through landing craft. But this time, the U.S. Navy is going to surprise them in the middle of the night. There's this crazy battleship commander by the name of Willis Lee, a.k.a. Ching Lee, a 5-time Olympic gold medalist sharpshooter and tactical genius that has just pioneered and perfected the method of using radar to find targets for naval gunfire, giving them an unprecedented advantage at night fighting. On the night of November 14th, he engages the Japanese battleship detachment with his ship, the USS Washington, sinking their flagship, the IJN Kirishima. This forces the rest of the Japanese naval detachment to retreat, squashing any hope of Japanese reinforcements hitting the beach, effectively securing the island and turning the entire tide of the war in the Pacific. By January 1st, 1943, John and the rest of the 7th Marines were sent to Melbourne, Australia to recover from months of intense combat. And once the Marines get there, it turns into one gigantic party, because now the people of Australia have been living under the worry that the Japanese were going to invade them next. And now they're tucking their tail and they're running from the Marine Corps and the United States Navy. The Marines are heroes to every single person in Australia. The Australians were so grateful to the Marines, it said that there wasn't a single bar or home in Australia that wasn't open to a United States Marine. And they couldn't pay for one of their own drinks even if they wanted to. For an entire month, John Bassalone is wearing his piss cutter sideways, absolutely hammered. And then one day he wakes up at like noon, probably still half drunk, feels like he's been hit by a truck, and his arm is just absolutely on fire. So he sits up out of bed, he looks over at his arm is just all bandaged up, and he has no idea why or what happened. And he's like worried that he like did something stupid, he jumped off a roof, broke his arm, something happened. He doesn't really know. Regardless of what happened or how hurt he is, he can't really do anything about it, and he's starving, and he can do something about that, so he doesn't even bother to look at his arm or see what's underneath that bandage. He just staggers out of the barracks and goes to the chow hall. So he's in the chow hall getting food, and another Marine comes up to him and is like, yeah, death or dishonor, right? And John Bassalone's like, what? He goes, your tattoo that you got last night. Everybody was watching and cheering. And he's like, and he looks underneath the bandage, and he's now got a gigantic tattoo on his arm that says death or dishonor. Now at this point, John is like partially relieved that he's not severely injured, but on the other hand, he's like, man, I got so hammered I got a tattoo and didn't even know it. Maybe I should tone it down
Maybe.
just a little bit. Which works out because
a little bit,
the
okay.
party's kind of dying down. The Marines go into this like recovery type mode. They're kind of like out in the woods, living in barracks and tents, and they're just kind of hanging out until they get more orders. So that's fine, that's great, that's wonderful. The only annoying thing that's really going on at this point in time is in Australia, there's this fucking bird that's got the most obnoxious call on the planet, and it's called a kookaburra. John and the rest of the Marines absolutely hate these birds because of how obnoxious they are, to the point that they start opening fire on the birds whenever they hear them just to get them to shut the fuck up. At which point the chain of command is like, you guys need to stop. You can't keep shooting at these tiny birds with Browning machine guns, okay? Quit it. They didn't. They kept doing it, and then whenever the chain of command asked what they were doing, they would say they thought they saw a Japanese spy just to get these birds to be quiet. This goes on for months, just hanging out in the woods, recovering, shooting at these annoying birds, and then by May, John finds out that he is going to be awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions on Guadalcanal. Initially, he is told that he's going to go back to the United States, and FDR himself is going to put the Medal of Honor around John's neck in front of his friends and family in his hometown. But John doesn't really feel like he deserves it, or he has feelings that there's other men that deserve it just as much as he does. He said, and I quote, "I just happened to be there. Anyone would have done the same in my place." And because of this, he feels like that Medal of Honor doesn't just belong to him, it also belongs to his men. So he actually opted to have the Medal of Honor ceremony in Australia on May 21st with his men present. And at this point, the Marine Corps realizes they have a unique opportunity. They've got John Basilone, this young, good-looking, 185-pound brick shithouse of a Marine. He's got 19 knockouts in boxing and the Medal of Honor around his neck. And they ship him back home, and he's going to be doing war bond tours to raise money for the war. For the next month, John gets paraded around the United States with the goal of raising $15 billion in war bonds, and in less than 30 days, he raises $19 billion. And John Basilone hates absolutely every second of it. He did not want to leave his men, and he definitely does not want to get paraded around the United States giving talks and speeches. It reminds him of being in school, having to go up in front of the class, and he absolutely hates school. He just grits his teeth and bears through it, trying to do the right thing. And then eventually, after he raises all this money and the war bond tour is over, he asks to get shipped back out to rejoin his men. He is immediately denied. He's far too valuable. They cannot have the news headlines reading that war hero, Medal of Honor recipient John Basilone dies in combat, so they make him a guard at a naval shipyard.
This is the worst!
This goes on for months and months, just John stuck inside of a guard shack, similar to that classroom that he hated as a child. And it's just eating away at him. He starts to become an alcoholic. It's just the loneliest he's ever been in his entire life, and he hates every single second of it. And then in November of 1944, he hears word that his old unit under the command of Chesty Puller is almost wiped out at the Battle of Peleliu. And this is the last straw for John Basilone. He's not going to sit in this guard shack anymore while his men are out there fighting and dying without him. He storms into General Vandergrift's office, the same man that pinned the Medal of Honor on his chest in Australia, and tells him the newspapers are going to read one of two things. They're going to read that you had to court-martial war hero John Basilone, or they're going to read that John Basilone is returning to the Pacific. You can pick which one. And then he says, and I quote, "How's it going to look if we retake Manila and Manila John isn't there? I'm staying with my boys. They need me."
Man has a point.
Within days, John is given orders to report to Camp Pendleton, where he is going to lead a machine gun platoon that's getting ready to ship out to the Pacific. But before that, he's given 3 days of leave to go back home to Raritan, New Jersey, and get his affairs in order. And while he is there, he has his third and final vision, and it is alarmingly clear to him that he is going to die in combat. Despite that, it doesn't even really faze him because he knows it's his destiny. He tells his brother that he had this vision. His brother doesn't quite believe him. He gets his affairs in order and he heads off to Camp Pendleton. While there, he meets Lena, a female Marine cook, falls in love with her, and they get married almost immediately, and they have 1 month together at Camp Pendleton.
Good relations with the bookies, I have.
After his month in Camp Pendleton with his new bride, he ships out to Hawaii, and he's got 4 months there to train his machine gun platoon to get ready for combat. While there, John does absolutely everything he can to get his men ready for combat. He shares everything he knows. He makes sure that they know that machine gun inside and out. When they do amphibious landings, if they're able to get that machine gun onto the beach up and running, he walks up and throws wet sand into the gun himself so that they get used to clearing malfunctions. After 4 months of training in Hawaii, they're told that they're shipping out and to board this ship, and they don't even tell them where they're going yet again. Same thing happens again. A couple days out at sea, they announce over the loudspeakers that they are going to be taking part in the invasion of Iwo Jima, which translates to Sulphur Island. This is going to be nothing like anything John has ever experienced, or any other Marine for that matter. The entire island is not covered in jungles like all the other ones. Iwo Jima is just straight volcanic ash that looks like this. The reason they need this island is because it's the only island big enough and in the right place that they're going to be able to land the new B-24 bombers on top of, and those are going to be critical in winning the rest of the war. This invasion is going to be absolutely massive. It's the biggest amphibious invasion in United States Marine Corps history. Over 800 warships, 250,000 men, and 70,000 Marines. John and his men are going to be landing on Red Beach too, and as the first wave lands on Red Beach, nothing really happens. There's a little bit of enemy sniper fire here and there, but there wasn't artillery, there wasn't mortars, they weren't opening up on them with machine guns while they were in the Higgins boats, and as soon as they get on the beach, there's nothing there either. So the Marines just kind of lay down and get low, trying to not be an easy target for a sniper, and then the second wave lands, and then the third, and then John's on the beach with his men on Red Beach too, and he looks out and just sees clustered Marines laying along this beach on volcanic ash that you can't dig into, and he has the oh fuck moment, and he realizes what's about to happen. The Japanese absolutely have every square inch of this beach sighted in with mortars and artillery, and there's pillboxes and bunkhouses off in the distance that are probably concealed and you just can't see them yet. Chuck Tatum, one of John Bassilone's men, was laying down at the time, and he said that everybody had this feeling of like, maybe this is going to be an easy day. Maybe the Japanese got scared and they fled and retreated already out of the gate and we've already won. And then he hears John Bassilone start screaming, get the fuck up and start moving up the beach or you're gonna die, as he literally starts kicking Marines in the ass and dragging them up by their collars and ordering them to push forward. And as soon as that happens, the Japanese open up with mortars, artillery, and the pillboxes unconceal themselves and start mowing down Marines with machine gun fire. There's nothing he can do about the mortars or artillery, but maybe John can do something about these pillboxes and the machine gun fire. There's one big Japanese bunkhouse up ahead that's mowing down Marines with its machine gun. John orders his men to get their machine guns up and start returning fire into the window holes of this bunkhouse. Once his men start laying down suppressing fire, hopefully keeping the Japanese from manning their guns effectively, John goes, he finds a demolition guy and a flamethrower, and he orders them to walk right up the machine gun's field of fire, right next to the bullets whizzing past him. It seems sketchy, but is literally the safest place to be right now. As soon as the demo man and the flamethrower almost make it to the window on the bunkhouse, John steps over his gunner, unhooks the machine gun from the tripod, grabs it by the handle around the barrel, effectively known as a Bassilone bail after this, yells at his man to grab the ammunition, and starts running up the beach as the demo man throws a satchel charge into the window, and the flamethrower starts hitting all the windows with his flamethrower. John runs all the way up the beach. He runs up the hill that this bunkhouse is built into, and once he gets to the top of the hill, while holding the gun in his hands, he mows down all the Japanese running out the backside of the bunkhouse. At the top of the hill, John can see the airfield they need to take off in the distance, so he gets his machine gunner set up, gets the men that he has set up in a defensive position, and goes back down the beach to get the rest of his men, just like his mentor Chesty Pullman did. He makes it back to the base of the beach, he gets all of his men, and they start making their way up the beach to secure this position. And then suddenly, John and 5 of his men are hit with a mortar, killing all of them. John Bassilone is credited with saving dozens, if not hundreds of Marines with his actions on the beach that day. For this, he was nominated for a second Medal of Honor, but by this point in time, it had become common practice to never award the Medal of Honor twice. So he was posthumously awarded a Navy Cross and a Purple Heart, becoming one of the most decorated Marines of all time. And many of the Marines that he saved that day would go on to take Iwo Jima and ultimately win World War II. And that is the story of John Bassilone, Manila John, the greatest machine gunner to ever live. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over to battleelectrician.com. Black Bang out.
I heard the man. Also give him a follow.
I absolutely hate endings like that.
Yeah. Understandable, you want them to live. I saw some of that Twitter thing. Like, I don't think my only thing I have to say about like Elon posting like those DMs and shit is like you shouldn't do that ever.
Oh, so this is what it feels like to be Harley Quinn. I'm not even kidding. The relentless abuse from something that I loved. Well, it's starting to give me a lot more of a sympathetic feeling towards the Joker's girlfriend, as Bloodlines 2 continues to abuse any shred of hope I had left. With the ultimate in body type A, body type B. God, look at these. I mean, at a glance, they are literally indistinguishable. I went to Photoshop and overlaid them on top of each other to see if there's any difference, and there is. The arms are slightly different thickness, and the male character, well, he paints his toenails while the female does not. Or, I'm sorry. Body type A paints its toenail. Body type B does not. I mean, even if you really zoom in and you start studying, it is still difficult to tell them two apart. I mean, if you look at the bodies in particular, it's like, okay, there might be a boob here. There's a curve here that appears to be missing on body type A, and is that a nipple or is that a shadow?
You might never know.
Again, difficult to tell, but conventional wisdom would indicate that this may indeed be a nipple. And the rest, well, that's where it gets harder. And hey, in the face at least, this one has higher cheekbones than this one. That's...
something.
The cheekbones are more pronounced.
How
That's
much
female,
generic do they
right?
want to make this?
The worst part is, I read the rest of the dev guide, and I quite like the way they talk about how you should be playing an elder. You know, how the vampire society would react to your rise, how the power structure of kindreds would look at you, how a prince might view an elder with a legendary reputation returning from the past. The fact that you yourself don't know how the hell you ended up here, and you've apparently been betrayed somehow. Presumably you were staked years and years ago, and you've only now recovered. I mean, I don't even hate some of the other side characters that they've got here. I mean, she actually looks halfway attractive, which is rare for a modern-day video game. And I swear to God, every part of Bloodlines 2 feels as if it was custom-made to try and disappoint and hurt me in some way or form, giving me just enough hope to make me think that maybe, just God, maybe this could be something, and then sweeping it away from me as quickly as humanly possible. As nobody wants this, that's the worst part. Nobody wants this. Men don't want this. Women don't want this. Hell, I'm pretty sure even the they-thems don't necessarily want this, statistically speaking, at least. There was a voting poll a little while ago from a developer from the Lords of the Fallen. We've talked about them on a couple occasions previously, as they have kind of begun to understand that anti-DEI is, well, it's a marketing tool, frankly. It's something that will get you attention and positive PR. Hard to get at these days. And they ran a poll. Okay. Would you prefer male, female choices when it comes to your character creation? Or would you prefer body type A, body type B? And it was 88% in favor of male, female. Now, granted, that is 49,000 votes out of, you know, how many billions of people play video games, but 49,000 votes is a pretty substantial pool of people. Now, you could also argue that only people of a certain persuasion saw it. It's hardly conclusive by any stretch of the imagination, but bearing in mind how gaming in general has been going as well, I mean, I think we can say with a relative degree of certainty at this point that no, gamers do actually want male-female. In fact, they'd prefer it if it was pronounced male-female. Not even just androgynous, goddamn.
And give me my booba
At least they're both
slider.
covered up, right? That's something. It's even more ridiculous when you have,
Booba
like in Diablo
slider,
4, for example, when you have a character
Thighs.
that stands there, bald and bare-chested, a big, brawny barbarian, and next to that barbarian is body type B barbarian, who for some mysterious reason has decided to cover her chest. Despite being in every other regard, pretty much exactly as big and brawny as the male one. So hey, bullet dodged, right? Not that there'd be much to cover in this particular case, I do suppose. I mean,
true.
Don't get me wrong here. As they say, boobs of all sizes are lovely, but these, I'm not sure these qualify as memories. I do in fact believe that these are what people call mosquito bites.
Yes.
Even that might be a pinch generous, considering the blood-sucking nature of our protagonist here. I've been looking a bit more into like the developers as well. Like there's actually like the Chinese room. At first I was distraught. Like what, the people who made a machine for pigs, that generally lambasted Amnesia sequel, can they really do anything good with this? Well, they apparently made a few other games that were very well received, that apparently had a really good atmosphere. And again, I love the way they actually talk about how the people and the world react to you as an elder here. They seem to be asking themselves the correct questions. Okay, this is the world we have. How would that world react to the introduction of a kindred elder? That is the question I would ask myself as well. We have a set of parameters, we have a set of characters, we have an established hierarchy and a system in place, and then a rock is thrown into that pond that upheaves the entirety of it, as that is very much so what a kindred suddenly appearing, or an elder appearing in kindred society is. It is a complete destabilization of the entire power structure, the entire hierarchy. And if they manage to make a compelling experience about being that disruption, that could really be great. I love the idea of playing an elder in the world of darkness. It could be awesome. Now,
it could be, yes.
There's a lot of pitfalls here as well, as a part of this is going to have to be the power fantasy, okay? If I am an elder, I expect to be able to walk into the prince's room and basically demand he do me a favor or two, and well, the immediate expression upon him should be part ways, how dare you, I'm the boss here, another part, which you could probably eat me. What do I do? I mean, you could do a lot of interesting, like, evolving storytelling with this, for example, where you could hack into the prince's conversations. What's the English word again? Correspondences, that's the one. On his emails, finding that he is obviously taken aghast by the fact that you would be daring to do this, and maybe he's even looking into some ways to get rid of you, or researching your past, whether you are really as powerful as you think you are, as you're apparently given a whole lot of events that have happened around you, and you will then be able to kind of decide whether or not you were the instigator of those events, or if you were merely just, like, around and trying to avoid them as best you could. Man, I love a lot of their ideas. It's seeing stuff like this. And this leads us back to the age-old conversation of, can progressives make anything good? And they can. They have in the past. There are examples of it. There are actually excellent examples of rather progressive writing, but they are the vanishingly small minority, because normally when you see something like this, it is because someone, or indeed the majority of the team, are focused more on pushing their interpretation of Mao Zedong's little red book into the game, rather than making something interesting. It is asking the question of, how would kindred society be upended by this, and arriving at the answer, revolution, comrade. The Red Guard shall rise again.
That sounds boring. I mean, no offense if that is the only thing, then no. I am not going to watch Dr. Bird clips. Am I still following? Am I following Dr. Bird? No, I'm not. Why do I keep seeing this? I am not immediately a fan. But I just each their own people that they like and dislike. Oh yeah, the shoujo is inviting another ex-streamer to their groups.
Helldivers 2. Co-op shooter that plays exactly like No Man's Sky, except instead of exploring the cosmos, you die horribly in the song. Every copy of Helldivers 2 is it is personalized. Joel wanted me to fight 10,000 fire ants. In a universe where humanity is beset on all sides by curious wildlife and the actual Terminators, Super Earth, the galaxy's last and only bastion of managed democracy, sends its finest men, women, and children over 7 to liberate and spread freedom to the most horrifying hellscapes known to man, where war crimes are not only justified, but are necessary. We play as the Helldivers, humanity's finest in emancipation and friendly fire incidents. But there's no need to worry about that last one because we are incredibly expendable. All across the galaxy, Liberty's enemies march ever closer, but through the power of teamwork, friendship, and 500-kilogram bombs, we will fight for freedom, for democracy, and most importantly, because it's really funny. Dudes be like, Helldivers 2 is military propaganda. My brother in Christ. It worked. Triple the defense budget.
Is that the Helldivers theme song? This shit is metal, bro. Hell yeah, bro.
It's so funny because it's like when people are like, "Oh, Law and Order SVU and Brooklyn Nine-Nine are propaganda," and I'm like, "Right,
yeah,
and it's great propaganda. Love those shows."
Rest in peace, Captain Hope.
Oh, why?
Because it's real to me. You know what I'm saying?
You're over here having a good time. Now you just made me sad.
Just telling you,
in
man.
all my happy places.
The first thing you'll notice upon entering the FCS Judge of Judgment is the incredibly stupid name. And yes, you are able to name it other things using the Wizard 101 naming scheme. Things like the Pride of Pride, Star of the Stars, Patriot of Patriotism, and my personal favorite, the Founding Father of Family Values, because this game has a lot of violence and movies. Oh, here you see me depicted as the Soy Wojak. The second thing you'll notice upon entering the bridge is the ongoing galactic war, and that we are currently fucking losing the galactic war, which is why we need to suit up with exactly 3 of our friends and choose which planet is in vital need of the democratic process. If you don't have any friends, then I hope you can speak good Mandarin. I think I did something to make him mad. But to win the Galactic War, we must first understand the Galactic War. We can ill afford another Malevelon Creek, which is why I'm going to go over each of the 2 fronts that are currently reducing us to smears across the galaxy. And I'm going to do it at difficulty 7 or above, which is coincidentally the perfect enlistment age. On the left-hand side of the political spectrum, we have the Automaton Front, an enemy focusing on range tactics, heavy armor in slight excess, and an extremely high amount of explosive ordnance. Oh, I'm out of here, guys, later. If that sounds a little bit intimidating, then don't worry. I haven't even gotten to the horde of angry chainsaws yet. Chainsaw Man reference goes in the video here. But talking about the Automaton Front is never complete without talking about
the Creek.
The fucking Creek. Or, as it is known by our honored veterans, Space Vietnam. This goddamn planet has been single-handedly responsible for most of our casualties. Is this SpongeBob? And that is genuinely impressive, considering that 10 million men have already died in the Battle of the Madagascar Lemur. Those are considered rookie numbers, and we're already outpacing the Taiping Rebellion. In fact, every single military operation we conduct is in some way related to Malevelon Creek. And personally, I don't really see what all the hype is about. After all, it's just one planet. How important could one planet possibly be?
I am a human supremacist! Yeah! I am a human supremacist! Our supremacy will fall this planet! I am a human! We will go interdimensional. We will unlock the secrets of the universe. God has laid them out like Christmas presents for his children.
Luke Camp's got fucking weird recently. Malevelon Creek and, by extension, the rest of the front is essentially an exercise in how much PTSD one man can possibly get. Their firepower is so overwhelming, so absolutely constant, that describing it as an endless retreat where you accidentally accomplish all of your objectives would be very generous, as it implies that I do the objectives
fucking shit.
This can occasionally push you into what we call unfortunate tactical positions,
Oh,
at which
Lord.
point your main options for survival are going to be watching your slower friends get burned to death in the make-off. I will never unhear that scream. So yes, this planet may be what economists call bad use of our human capital.
Right.
But after dealing with several days of what I can only describe as angry forklift decommissioning. Oh shit, this motherfucker's not OSHA certified. You really need a stepladder for that, sir. Okay, call me crazy, but I think there's a turret around this corner, guys. I fucking hate the creek. I can safely say that the attachment has become fucking personal. And honestly, I just want to see how many bodies one planet can hold. We lost Vietnam, we lost Afghanistan, and yes, we definitely lost America.
Yeah.
So goddammit, I am not going to lose this shit to ones and zeros. God gave this galaxy to a non-binary species, and service guarantees gender affirmation. Fun facts about the bot front. Number 10, man urinates on fellow passenger for not being allowed to smoke. Number 9, if you happen to make the mistake of fighting here, you're quickly going to realize that most of our forces are Chinese, each one taking glorious revenge against the steel plants they work in. Very auspicious behavior. And conversely, we Guilo have been sent by our barbarian prince to fight the hordes of angry roaches. For it is the God-given right of the defense lobby to remind the bugs that it is man who is made in God's image. Really can't wait to die on fucking, legally distinct Klendathu. The Terminid front, the Terminid population problem is a wide assortment of increasingly horrifying demons, each one abandoned by their creators in completely different ways. My guy's got a bad case of the rigor mortis. We've got small bugs, big bugs, immortal bugs, bugs that function as artillery, and of course, the bugs that stalk you at night. Thankfully for us though, napalm is an equal opportunity employer, and a lot of positions are open right now. That is to say, once you start fighting the bugs, you do not stop for about 40 minutes or so. Because they just spawned a battalion from the ground like the goddamn Viet Cong for the 3rd time in a row.
Wow.
And I do not have enough raid for this shit. Good fucking throw, dude. I just want to walk to the McDonald's, guys. I'm just a level 1 goblin. It's literally my birthday. I'm a little birthday boy. And do you want to know the worst part about this war? We, don't really know how they move between planets. And I don't think they have what you would call a plan. Rather, the Terminids simply appear in places they wish to eviscerate. Kind of like a Whole Foods. So, you can imagine my shock when I learned that those white bitches were trying to gentrify the moon. They are ruining the amazing local culture.
Okay, first of all,
I don't know who this girl is.
as an elf,
Freeran.
the show is not based off of fan service,
You sure?
and yet people still want to fuck these characters. They draw them with like flat faces.
Yeah.
And you go on Twitter and you're like, stop drawing this flat faced character half naked. This did not happen.
It's
One
disturbing
old
at
guy
this point.
posts, he goes, am I the only one that wants to see under her robe? And one guy goes, how old is she? He was like, at least 1,000 years.
Oh, that's okay then. That's fine.
They are ruining the amazing local
Wouldn't that be the epitome of hag love? Just saying. Yeah.
culture of,
Nothingness?
California.
Yeah.
I hope it's becoming obvious that fighting these things under normal circumstances is what we call, same-day shipping to God.
Same day shipping to God.
What the fuck? Fortunately for us, though, we have access to a wide variety of unique and hilarious tools, which are only accessible via inputting a series of hand signs, informally known as...
Those are actually the...
Well, I was just saying.
Oh, you didn't get to live in the era where people would learn how to do these and they would have sign-off.
Oh yeah, the Kakashi one took the longest one, Kakashi versus Sabuza. That's the longest hand sign I ever learned. Because it just takes so long.
In class.
Move it.
During the anime fights, like if they dressed up as Naruto and had to fight Goku, Naruto would have to do the hand signs to do the jutsu.
And all Goku had to do is go,
Well, while he's doing hand signs, Goku's got to power up or do the Kamehameha wave. If your Kamehameha goes too fast, it's not strong enough to kill him. Obviously, by rules.
Yeah.
This is why. This is why y'all niggas got bullied.
Oh, yeah.
For liking it. Didn't nobody care that you liked anime. They care that you was doing that shit in public.
They had a hierarchy. Like, if you could do the hand signs, they would be like, oh man, show them your little thing. And they'd do like the hand signs. You're like, I don't know what any of this means. Stop it. Stop staring at me. Oh, the guys that have like the mask and they put it over one eye. You know,
Dragon, fox,
like,
rat, ox,
stop staring.
snake, rat,
Please continue.
Toro, which is
I'm
I
just telling
think
you it happened.
bull.
There's a guy out there right now that can do all the hand signs for Fireball Jutsu. Say I'm lying. I know you can.
Which are only accessible via inputting a series of hand signs, informally known as airstrike jutsu. Whether it's big airstrikes, bigger airstrikes, biggest airstrike the engine can sustain, or airstrikes that specialize in killing everything except the enemy, there are
right now in the real military that is thinking airstrike jutsu when he fucking drops that. That's fucking hilarious.
so many bad guys with so much damage to be done that the most challenging part is keeping your team out of the blast radius.
I go 500 kilogram ready.
The bomb knocks out of my hand.
What have you fucking done? And yes, you do have to throw them, which means you can drop them, throw the wrong asset, and even attach them to enemies that are running into you. My personal favorite combination is definitely the napalm and chlorine gas, for when you really want your enemies to feel pain.
Nice.
Inside and out. We also offer a gluten-free variety. Now, of course, airstrikes aren't the only thing we can deliver. Just most of them, because here at the Defense Department, we take care to provide, why can't I say words? A wide array of support tools. And by support tools, I mean the machine gun, which are crucial and necessary for fighting, by support tools, I mean the machine gun, which are crucial and necessary for fighting, literally anything. We've got flamethrowers, jetpacks, automatic lasers that demand human sacrifice, average American police taser with unlimited ammo, automatic targeting, and a vendetta against teammates. For when you really hate everything in a general direction, railguns that encourage you to fire volleys like Napoleonic line infantry. It also has two fire modes called safe mode and unsafe mode. And of course the giant death robots that randomly explode sometimes. That is the last time I buy a fucking Tesla. My personal favorite strategy involves everyone giving their mechs to the designated disabled man, who will proceed to stay inside of 6 different wheelchairs for 40 minutes. And as a caveat, we force him to crawl on the ground between mechs for immersion reasons. But honestly, all of these fantastic tools absolutely pale in comparison to the fast and convenient resupply of GamerSupps energy drinks, here to give you a fantastic want to play the game.
That's the kind of build I would do and you would hate.
Yeah. Right. What game did you like obsess about turrets over?
The Kill All Zombies.
The Kill All Zombies. Yeah. Great game, by the way. I've never played it. It costs $1. We've had way too many game hours in it.
I would definitely just build a fuck ton of turrets and then be on my phone. And my husband would just be like, what are you
playing the game?
Yes. I'm actively monitoring the status of my turrets. If one needs to be repaired, I build a new one.
She would build these mazes so the zombies could actually get in. They just get eviscerated by turrets.
Yeah.
They were nerfing themselves so
Yeah.
they couldn't group up together.
Tower War.
Until what? The Hell Dog levels.
Oh yeah,
So the
they
Hell
just
Dogs-
jumped over the walls.
That's right. Screw
Yeah.
everything up. That's what you get.
But also at one point there were just too many. My turrets couldn't take them all out fast enough.
Right. And, you know, your primary weapons were under-leveled and you didn't have enough mines. It was a bad strategy.
It was a great strategy. Got me through like 10 levels.
Oh my goodness.
As well as a strange amount of primaries that are child safe. Can't wait for the devs to nerf this one and say some shit like, sorry Helldivers, Command sent us rigatoni instead of railgun shells.
That wasn't even rigatoni. That was just pasta.
Are you a pasta snob? You get the joke.
It is deliberate, but he could have found rigatoni and didn't.
You loaded onto a little thing like that?
It's not even kind of rigatoni.
I'm just telling you that we get it. It's a pasta.
It's not even any kind of tube pasta. He could have picked the tube pasta. He could have picked bucatini, and that would have made more sense than him picking fettuccine. Or Papper. Is that no? It's not wide enough to be Papper.
Maybe he already had this asset, and it wouldn't be funny if Command sent us Bucatini instead of Railgun. People don't know what Bucatini is.
That would have been just as funny.
They don't know what it is. It's not funny if they don't know what it is. They don't get it.
I'm just saying.
Play the video.
A little more effort.
Play the video.
A little more effort could have been expended here.
Now, in this kind of environment with this many fireworks, casualties are not just expected. They are required. You don't really get to 12 million by being an easy game, which is why, upon the occurrence of my teammate's tragic passing, I will gain the ability to replace my friends with a legally distinct Helldiver, ready to fight and die for the worst planets you have ever seen.
Yeah.
Like my brother in Christ, you are fighting over the Arizona iced tea world. Missions in this game are usually comprised of exploring new and fantastic worlds, and then building a Walmart supercenter on them. Local residents be damned. To that end, we have a great diversity of missions, like geological surveys, rescuing civilians who move their heads like confused avians. He's like the chicken. Spreading industrial amounts of carcinogenic gas, and launching the fucking nuclear missile.
Nice.
We did it, Patrick. We saved Istanu, along with a myriad of side objectives, which usually boil down to, killing everything that moves. And occasionally, loading a gun that will do it for you.
Yeah.
We, don't really talk about the Eradicate missions because they tend to play themselves, all in service to liberate a planet by an astounding 0.0003%. This isn't a fucking cherry, alright? Reach 100% liberation, and lose all of it the very next day. I am currently reporting to you from the 5th Siege of Hellmire. Planets in Helldivers also have a unique blend of beautiful environments, like the Heaven Planet, where it is impossible to escape God's light, the Constant Meteor Storm Planet, where it is illegal to stand still, the Fire Tornado Planet, the Weird Fucking Animal Planet, I'm going to call you, Genghis Shingles Ringer, and the planet that, before it was removed from the game, randomized your airstrikes, which made the process of calling a resupply much more interesting. Please put this back in the game. Look, Helldivers is a game that gives you a lot of tools, and a lot of places to use them. So honestly, the task of describing it all to you is, not my fucking job. The developers are literally adding things faster than I can show them to you. I began making this video before mechs existed. So inevitably, when the day comes that Arrowhead adds the secret third faction that we don't legally know anything about, I guess I'll be making a video about it. As long as this one gets views.
I fucking love his timeline.
I guess I'll be making a video about
Look
it.
at his timeline, it's so beautiful.
Beautiful.
That is a thing.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, man.
I love how none of it's nested.
No, bro. That shit's fast and loose like his life. It's just dangerous out there.
Overall, Helldivers 2 is an absolute chaotic mess, where every mission begins and ends with the assumption that we are not going to make it, and yet somehow, some way, I still find a way to disappoint my friends. Some may consider it difficult, while others may consider it fucking bullshit.
I find it
Personally,
hilarious.
surviving against all odds in the face of complete, absolute absurdity is a big reason that I still love this game, no matter how many game-breaking bugs they introduce. Sorry, Helldivers, this gun's accuracy rating is so high that it causes integer overflow. And with the Galactic War still ongoing, our story of spreading managed democracy has only just begun.
Genocide.
We have the ships, we have the weapons, we need soldiers. Soldiers like the angry Chinese guy. Service.
Service guarantees nothing. Nothing is guaranteed. Anyways, what are we going to do today? So either I'm gonna play some RimWorld or I'm gonna play some Final Fantasy. Because I forgot to take maps, I didn't go to treasure hunts. I mean, I can always do Final Fantasy tomorrow because that would be our second day of raiding. What am I gonna do now then? think I'm gonna start a new game, but with like a nature lovers thing. So, which means you can barely mine at all, is that will have like dire consequences. Let's go for Crashland. Venture, let's go for Commitment. Cannibal Tribe. Nudist. Alright, generate this map. I just don't have the anomaly yet, so all the rest I have now, so was it not desert, it's the other one, isn't it? Arid shrublands, yes. Community is family of hardworking, like-minded people. Putting themselves first is not acceptable. Why not? Let's go for unity of family. Nature over man. Feral people. We are animals and animals are us. We are trees. We are trees and we are. Unlock animals and planets. Specialist roles increase taming abilities of every member. Cutting trees and slaughtering animals are unacceptable. Am I going to work with just baseliners, or am I going to get like special ones? I think I'm gonna go for pig people. Or Neanderthals. Let's go for piggies. Age 68, no thanks. Animal, socials, construction and shooting? Yes. Also, piggy. Mining, cooking. I actually want to keep him, but I want to change those. Yes. You have mining, you have 0 cooking. I think I'm gonna need someone to do the cooking. Plants? Yeah, plants. Nobody knows cooking. Here we go. Mining, cooking, plants, 1 melee and 6 medical, yes. Yes. Let's start with this group. The easy part with like the robot start is you can very quickly get everything automated, even your defenses. Which part am I going to claim? Usually I just go for like the largest patch of like land. But I think I might just take this over. Can I? Yeah, I'll just take this over. 1 patch of potatoes. Let's build a dumping stockpile over here. And the normal stockpile is gonna be... Can I put those here? Over there? Alright, perfect. actually claim this. Alright, I need to hand out my weapons and shit still. But does any of you have shooting? 4, 1 and 0. So the one with 4 is getting the revolver. You're getting the bolt action and you're gonna go get the knife. Okay. Is this all steel? Yeah, those are steel walls. Damn it. That's kinda sad, but... Architects, production... Start with the stonecutter's table. Then I can do this with marble, limestone. I'm going for granite. I can make it like this-ish. There we go. Start building all this stuff. I mean, I'm gonna deconstruct this real quick. Just because I have this weird feeling always that when I see a barrel it's filled with explosives. And I don't like it. My man's do be working hard. So let's go for some. Yes. Damn it. social and everything. Shadow? Oh, more. Alright. No, I cannot preach to a dog. Construction botch because of course. Well, is he gonna start building the beds? Immediate. Oh boy. Man, you're my best. Why are so many angry animals around here? Okay, whatever. Well, do I have actually someone who is good at the medical stuff? Husk. Work. Doctor Husk. Yeah, Husk is the doctor. Like, I swear to God, this is like the second time I just run into an animal that immediately goes like, let me attack you. I don't care about your walk at this moment, my friend. There we go. First bed has been made. Oh no, the puppy can move again, okay. It's like, who the fuck is Finn? He's not on my list. But it's out of puppy. Well, my builder is fully healed. To be sure to be there. The dog is fully healed. Why are they actually not gathering all this up? That is my next question. Okay, so at least Moab is getting a few things out here. Construction botched. You know what? Can you work on the beds first? So that at least they have beds to sleep in. There we go. Yeah, let's keep it this small for now and put the door over there. What will I say will be stored in here? My medicines for sure, my components, yes. Nah. Well, what? All manufactured stuff, yeah. I'll do this on important. Yeah, also, sorry, I need to go for a little zone here where I want to make... Oh, there we go. Hopefully Husk can do that. You know what? Temperature, ventilation shit. Of course, you watched the construction. There we go. With a roof over our heads. Get there. Nah, now we are no longer sleeping in the fucking cold. I'll be installing those things. Those are gone, alright. A lot of iron, but I don't really want to pick it up at the moment. I can't really keep the animals. That's the problem. Yeah, I thought so. Where is he coming from? Over there, so he's probably gonna go straight for my... You maybe hit him? Well, that sucked. And that was my planned guy and everything. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I quit to oh. I just wanted to quit to my main. Ah, shit. Oh, fuck it.
Helldivers 2.
Yes, Helldive. You know what? I have a better idea. Since I don't really know what to do today, I'm just gonna call it here. We're gonna say hi to. I'm gonna say hi to my kitten. I will be back tomorrow with raid and normally also D&D. Hopefully see you all then. Have a good afternoon / night, and we'll keep it the longer stream tomorrow. Bye.
It's the fever keeps going for me.